Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 2024 World Series of Poker, and tonight we will crown a winner in the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Shootout event. Welcome back to the Horseshoe. My name is Remko Rinkema. Co-commentator today, Mr. Ben Ludlow, called in from the bench to help me out today, as he is a personal friend of half this table, so we should have some good insights into the players at the table. Yeah, scratch that. Donnie Peters on the IR. He caught whatever bug is going around. He'll be back in a few days, so Ben is filling in. Oh, there it is. Ben Ludlow.
There he is.
His face on the screen. He, of course, take a little break from making deep runs himself at the World Series of Poker, and you see the faces of some familiar pros here already on your screen. In seat number 2, today's headliner, Mr. Jeremy Ausmus, 6-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. The final 7, guaranteed $46,948. The eventual champion tonight on this live stream will receive $305,000, and we'll jump right into the action, as we will provide you with at least 3 hours straight of coverage without any breaks. So please sit back, relax, enjoy the show. It's going to be a good one. Ben, welcome to the show.
3 hours straight. No one told me that.
Yeah, Ben, no bathroom breaks for you.
All right, that's fine. Under the table it is.
You said when you sat down here with me that you're pretty close with some of these guys. So please give us some insight into who we're dealing with today.
Sure. Here's my boy, Danny Sepiol, right here. Just won the Win WPT World Championship for over $5 million. Great guy. Man, I can't believe the tear he's been on, and it's awesome to see that he's still grinding a ton of small events, still out here grinding the World Series despite having just won all the money in the world. Great player. Really excited to see what he does.
All in. Sepiol all in here in the very first hand when the action gets folded to him in the small blind. Got a Aussie legend here in the big, Sean Ragazzini.
And what do we call him?
Ragas?
Ragas.
Ragas.
Okay.
I feel like you and I are not as good at laying into the Aussie nickname.
No.
But we'll do our best.
We'll leave that to the mustachioed Tim Duckworth.
We might have to call him in if Ragas makes a really deep run. But of course, Ragazzoni, known from his 11th place finish in the World Series Poker main event back in 2021. So he is no stranger to deep runs in this event. Speaking of main event runs,
there he is, Mr. Jeremy Ausmus. Yeah, 4th place or 5th place in the main event. The year Greg Merson won. Incredible player. Played all the cash games, plays all the high rollers, plays all the mixed games, plays everything. And this is such a cool format because you really, look, obviously the cream has risen to the top here. Danny Strelitz, another incredibly experienced pro bracelet winner. Short-handed play, so important, so early. So that's why you see so many great players at a final table like this. They're playing 3-4-handed heads up right away, and that's always going to favor the better players.
Yeah, so this is a shootout format. Players that are at this final table have won 2 straight single table sit-and-goes to reach the final 16. They started today with 16 players, and now we are down to the final 7. So, it's not a really sort of pure triple shootout, but it's kind of cool that they come back with 16 and play it out as an actual poker tournament. So that's why we have some chip differences to start this shootout final table.
All you got to do is win 3 sit-and-goes in a row to win a bracelet. Can you imagine?
It's pretty easy, right?
Yeah, it seems super easy. Anyone who's played online for a long time has definitely won 3 sit-and-goes in a row, so, I mean, come on.
Well, if you're an OG online poker player like myself, you all remember the double shootouts for the Sunday Million.
Oh, yeah.
Those used to be one of my main games. I played the $4.40 180 mans, and then I would play the double shootouts.
And then you win 2 of those and you're in the Sunday Million? Is
exactly.
that the idea?
Yeah, just satellite in and just take a shot.
WSOP.com, take note.
Exactly. All right, Daniel Strelitz, another big name. We just saw him fold. He, of course, had his chance of a main event final table run back in 2012, which is when I'm sure he doesn't want to get reminded of this, was chip leader with 27 left, finished in 24th place. Ever since, he's built out a great career for himself, but I'm pretty sure that whenever he walks through the doors here, whether it was back at the Rio or here, he will be sort of reminded of how close he got back in the day.
You know what? Maybe, but that's okay. Ever since then, he's dominated the mixed game streets. I think he won a bracelet in triple draw last year. He's doing just fine. He'll be all right. King Jack here from Jeremy in the small. A few options here. Just gonna limp it. Let's see a flop.
All right, first flop of the night. Queen 8-7 rolls off. Ausmus here, the favorite with just king high. By the way, shout out to everyone in the chat. Pleasure to have everyone with us again.
Jeremy deciding king jack here strong enough to try and maybe take the showdown. And a nice spicy river.
Wow.
We aren't chopping this one up.
Ausmus hits king on the river, has the better two-pair combination. Jack kicker plays. Davidson in trouble here. A bet from
200K and a snap call.
Yeah, snap call there from Davidson. Can't really fault him there. You know, you hit your king on the river. Gotta have to see it at that point.
King also?
Much love to our moderators in the chat once again. I see you all. Appreciate it here. A little wide angle shot here of our room at the Horseshoe.
Yeah, improved setup this year. Even more tables to stream from. They're really putting in the effort to try and make this a better live viewing experience as well. Obviously, I think we've got it dialed in on the streams, but it's fun to walk into this Horseshoe Convention Center and see 3, 4, 5 final tables going, or deep tournaments going. There's definitely a buzz.
Yeah, 10K PLO8 final table going on just across the hallway.
Oh, nice.
There's some Brazilians there, so we might hear some loud cheering at some point. Our friends at PokerGO Brazil have their own YouTube channel as well. So if you are Brazilian or you just speak Portuguese, give them a subscribe if you're wanting to follow along with the Brazilians. They're doing a bit of a single person or POV type coverage on the PokerGO Brazil channel. Sepiol here comes in with the raise to 250 with king 7 of diamonds. Haven't even touched on the chip lead and the chip stacks for what it's worth.
Yeah.
We do have Bob Nadi Vidat as our chip leader with 12 million chips. Down Strelitz second in chips as Strelitz makes the call. 3-7-8, 2 clubs on board. Strelitz ace high. No longer good as Sepiol flops a pair of 7s.
A board that favors Strelitz, though, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here when Danny bets.
325.
Strelitz gives it up. Just the backdoor straight out, not enough to continue. Ryan Duffy, Sepiol looks like that streamer. Which streamer, man? Be more specific. Help us out.
I feel like everyone's streaming these days.
I know.
These are the final 7 in this event. If you're just tuning in, we're playing down to a winner on stream tonight. $46,948 guaranteed for the final 7. Scott Ball, the final player to not make it onto the stream. He finished in 8th place. Aaron Pinson in 9th. We had some more.
Shout out Aaron Pinson, great player from Maryland. Shout out to Alex Farahi, too, a LA legend who I think finished 14th or 15th. Got in Kings vs. Ace King of Strelitz, Ace on the River.
Oh.
Shout out Alex. Great run.
Dixon here finding ace-3 of hearts. He's down to 1.4 million, just over 10 big blinds. Decides to let it go. Would you consider a shove there?
You would, but I mean, you know, the nice thing about an ace-3 of hearts type of hand is using it as a bluff or seeing some flops. So to shove here, seems a little, it's close. It's close. That's going to be my answer a lot, by the way. Can't give away all the secrets. It's always close, guys.
Exactly.
I wouldn't hate it.
If you are watching this and a friend asks you how to play a certain hand, your first response should always be, it depends.
It's a mix, guys. It's a mix.
Dixon here decides to indeed mix it up, limping under the gun.
Yeah, you don't see a ton of flats from the small blind, but queen jack off this deep for Strelitz. Seems like an easy one. Ooh, and
Wow.
a real hand.
Yeah, Nadi Vidot, our chip leader.
Oh, so Dixon limped with the ace-3 of hearts. I don't mind that at all. I see now. Okay.
So
Well,
now,
it's not going to stay limped.
right. So if you're Nadi Vidot, how do you interpret the limp from the perspective of wanting to get the whole stack here?
Well, it's hard because sometimes you see more recreational players limp with a strong hand, looking to limp re-raise and go all in and get some folds. But I think it's a lot of hands like this. You know, you're going to have some suited aces, you're going to have some smaller pairs. So Nadi Vidot is not afraid of anything. I mean, if he's trapping with aces, he's trapping with aces. You know, we'll take our chances. But I think, yeah, something like, what's he put in here?
725.
Wow.
And as one of the big stacks too, with Strelitz limping over in the small blind, he's trying to, you know, get him out of the way. Obviously, Ace King plays fine, 3 ways heads up anyway, but yeah, got to raise here.
Nadi Vidot, no stranger to tournament play, has 120 live tournament cashes, $1 million in career tournament earnings.
Wow, 120 cashes.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Hailing from Riverside, California, from the Philippines originally, and he takes this one down
Easy.
without showdown. His largest score, 150K at the Win Summer Classics back in 2022. 40 cashes at the World Series of Poker, still looking for his first bracelet, and he's in a great position to do so.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Nadi Vidot.
Ben, you've been grinding it out at WSOP so far. How do you look back on these first couple weeks?
Well, the shootout specifically is fresh in my mind. That's the last tournament I played. My deep run in the shootout lasted about 30 minutes. I was 10-handed. I had a very cool table, though. I did bluff it off with ace-high directly into quads, which did not end well for me, so I was first out of my table. But I had the legend, one of my favorite all-time poker players, John Juanda, at my table. And I had my friend Preston McEwen, who's another circuit grinder, Alex Keating, Galen Hall of, you know, so some legends. It was really, I mean, this is my favorite format. But anyway, the summer so far, it's been great, man. I think it's super easy to get burned out in the first 10 days. A lot of people go super hard, and then by now they're like, oh my God, I need a break. And I took a day off, but I'm excited to play again tomorrow for sure. This never gets old for me.
It sounded like you started at the final table, based on the names you just floated out there.
Yeah, I know, right? Me, Juanda, the boys, playing at the final table. No, it was the Turbo evening flight, and I think there was a lot of very good players who decided they just wanted to play that Turbo flight. Which, by the way, great addition, I think. Usually this is just one flight, but they added a Turbo, and I think it created a much bigger prize pool, much more interest. So maybe they should do those one-off next year. You know, just run shootouts during the week, like the Flip and Go was. Just, you know, free advice with WSOP. I'm gonna lots of ideas for the World Series I'm gonna add. So I hope Jack's out there listening. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, when I told the people in my circle that Ben Ludlow was co-commentating, I think everyone was put on notice to really take notes tonight.
Yeah, take notes about something. I don't know.
2 hours.
We've got our two short stacks, Dixon and Ragazzini, not with a whole lot of room to maneuver. I'm curious to see if Strelitz and Nadi Vidot are going to try to apply pressure, as the pay jumps are pretty significant at this point.
Yeah, I do applaud Dixon for finding a way to get some limps into his repertoire there. That is definitely a good move when you're this short, but you're going to just get owned by ace-king sometimes.
Yeah, Richard Dixon goes by Rich. His Twitter handle, Poker for Giving, also over $1 million in 175 cashes from Cheyenne, Wyoming.
All these guys with hundreds of cashes. Love to see it.
Yeah.
So I think we've got I mean, some of these guys we don't know well, but I think everyone knows what they're doing. Look, you can't. It's hard to win 2 heads-up matches and get this deep against this many good players if you're not pretty competent in No Limit Hold'em and shorthanded No Limit Hold'em. So hopefully we see some fun battles.
Yeah, I haven't made it over there this summer, but you probably can't play there, huh?
But back to Dan Sepiol, who just won the $5 million at the Win. He took a week off, and then he was back to max late regging the 600s at the Win the very next week. And I love to see that. I love to see a guy who wins a bunch of money, but he loves the game. You know, that's we need people like that and ambassadors like that who are going to win our big tournaments. So I'm a huge fan of this guy. And this guy, this beautiful man, Jeremy Ausmus. Jeremy was my tag team partner last year, and by tag team partner, I mean he played one hand while he was deep in day 2 of the 50K PLO, and I played and did not make it through to day 2. So
Was he in line to play that final table?
which final? Oh, hell yeah, you kidding me? No. That's the whole reason I asked him to play. I was like, look, I'll try and do the easy part, but if we get 2 tables left, you take over. Add to that bracelet count for you.
Jeremy Ausmus here with pocket queens, raising to 240.
Decent hand.
Got 2.7 million in front of him still, hoping for some action here.
Yeah, not quite at the spot where we're open shoving. He's got plenty of chips here, and I think that's one of the things different than this year and these, the current game than maybe you saw 4 or 5 years ago. You're going to see a lot more just opens off these short stacks and not just looking to find shoves right away. You can still open off 12 bigs. You can still open off 10 bigs. So anything we've learned from watching a lot of these high rollers over in Asia and these big Tritons and big high rollers here at the World Series, short stacks are still worth plenty. You don't need to just be ripping in 15 bigs anymore.
Yeah, back in the day, an M of 10, and we were all in.
Exactly. M of 10, man. Shout out Dan Harrington for,
exactly.
for the M reference. Jimmy Bluffett, Remko, give me some really good, simple, great, healthy sandwich recommendations in Vegas.
I mean,
I'm only about unhealthy sandwiches, so I'm out. Sorry, Bluffett.
Yeah, so the sandwich thing that I want to recommend is the unpronounceable Italian place at Uncommons. Have you heard of this place?
Yeah, I have.
I don't
Lots of lines. It's hard to pronounce. It's got to be good.
Al Antico Vinaio.
Yeah, nice try.
If
Probably not right.
If you're successful with a business with that difficult a name, you know it's good.
Yeah.
Because if it was just called Bread Shop, then people would
bread shop.
People would just like look for bread and they will find it.
I'm gonna name one just called Sandwich.
Sandwich.
People are like, I mean, it's so simple, it must be good.
#1 on Yelp.
Yeah. Sepiel's not thinking about folding here. If I know him, he's thinking about 3-betting.
Yeah. So Davidson comes in for a raise to 240. Action on Sepiol.
Suited variety, he might choose to just flat here, but this is one of those hands where, despite flopping okay, you'd rather just try and win the pot here.
Davidson, who goes by Tony.
Tony.
From Las Vegas, Nevada. Floor supervisor at the win.
Oh, what's up, Tony? I recognize him. Yeah, fantastic. Great to see you, Tony.
Tony under pressure here by Sepiol, who is in position.
Yeah, and ace-9 off, definitely the very, very bottom of his opening range here. It's nothing to do but pitch it.
Yeah, so what type of hand, how strong do you need to be to fight back there against a button 3-bet?
I mean, you think about even a hand like ace-9 suited, where that's probably pretty close to a call there, but you're still dominated by all the hands, all the better aces that 3-bet you. So I think hands like king, jack, queen, your suited broadways, where you still have, outs to the nuts or flushes or whatever, that can perform pretty well there. But ace-9 off is just so bad against, obviously we see he had queen jack there and that's more of a bluff, but yeah, that's a pitch. Good fold, Tony. Good fold.
But yeah, anyone who's visiting Las Vegas, go to Uncommons. It's just across the street from Durango, which is a beautiful new casino that I've recently also ventured out to for the first time. But great food there all around. Nice bars, cocktails, Italian food, salt and spoon, ice cream.
Salt and straw.
Salt and straw.
Yeah.
Salt and straw. You've been there clearly.
Come on, man. Get it right. Legendary California.
Yeah.
I used to live in Venice Beach, and I used to be a lot fatter than I am now. And there was a salt and straw about a block from me, and all those things are related.
Salt and Straw was able to expand to Las Vegas.
Exactly.
Because Ben Ludlow lived across the street.
Yeah, lived near the Abbott Kinney Salt and Straw. A boost to their economy for sure. All right, ace-6 suited here. Natividad's clearly going to open a ton of hands. Yeah, you got to just let this one go. Good to think about it, but queen jack not good enough here. Off less than 10 bigs now. So Dixon, oh, and then Rags, that's right. Yeah, we've got a few short stacks, but really, man, it's pretty concentrated at the top. We're going to have some good battles, I think. How long are the levels in this?
40 minutes.
40 minutes,
so
okay, yeah. Great structure.
So yeah, back to Tony Davidson, floor supervisor at the win. Getting married this November, so this will be a perfect little wedding gift.
Heck yeah.
Probably finance a nice little honeymoon trip. Retired vet, spent 4 years in the Marine Corps.
Thank you for your service, Tony.
Yeah, I've been playing poker since 1999.
See a lot of military guys who got into the game before the boom because that's what a lot of soldiers do. Sit around and play cards when they're waiting to do their thing.
Right. All right. Nadi Vidat with the ugliest pair in the entire game.
Mallards, see that, Brent Hanks? Mallards, under the gun, fold. Salt and Star originated in Portland. Sorry, Cameron.
Whoa.
My bad, my bad. Shout out Portland.
Well, the Venice location is the one that I went to as well.
Yeah.
And then I told my fiance, wow, I wish we had this in Vegas. And 2 years later, here we are.
Wow. Are you like a wizard?
Yeah, basically.
You're like, oh, I wish we had a basketball team in Vegas. Can you start saying that, please? 'Cause
Well, we actually, back in the PokerGo office, I want to say 2018, 2019, some wagers were made whether Vegas would first get a baseball team or a basketball team.
God.
So some money was made there.
On this baseball nonsense.
Jeremy Ausmus finds ace-king on the button here, comes in for the raise.
Now, ace-king, that's a good hand.
It's a drawing hand.
It's a drawing hand. Generally, you know, also when we're questioning Jeremy, oh, this is an interesting one. So Strelitz knows Ausmus is opening super wide. This is not a hand that flops super well. He might choose to jam here and put a lot of pressure on Jeremy. Obviously, he's going to run into it. You can defend too, but you're just, you never know where you're at with these weird aces. Yep, here he goes. And he's going to get snapped off by our king, Jeremy Ausmus.
Wow, so Strelitz
Yikes.
applying the pressure and seeing the bad news as Ausmus snaps it off for his tournament life.
Yeah.
Ausmus needs ace-king to hold up here.
I mean, you think about how wide you're opening from the button if you're Jeremy here. Ace-8 just gets, it doesn't play super well post-flop. Jamming here, you probably are folding like 85% of his opens. Like, he can't call off with, I mean, I don't know the exact bottom here, but there's a ton of good hands and hands that he's beating here that he has to fold probably.
If Ausmus wins this one, the entire final table dynamic will instantly change as the 6-time bracelet winner
and behind.
is known as a closer.
But
Accurate, Strelitz, you are behind. Anything can happen, though.
Strelitz not all in, though. It's got him covered by a wide margin.
Yeah, and I mean, the reason, you know, Strelitz isn't going to make this move off 30 bigs. Like, he's super deep. He knows that Jeremy's opening wide. Like, he can afford to lose if he gets snapped off by his king.
Ausmus, stoic. Let's see the flop here.
Probably an 8.
6-4 queen. 2 clubs. Strelitz looking for an 8, and as you can see on the screen, 2 8s were already folded, so he is looking for the 8 of spades, more specifically.
Shout out to PokerGo for highlighting the folded cards. That's beautiful. Is that new?
Yeah, it's ruining the sweat for the people at home.
No, but we, I mean, if you remembered which was folded.
Here's the turn. The ace of spades, both players now with an ace. Of course, this doesn't change a thing. Strelitz still looking for the 8 of spades.
But now, if he loses, he can complain that he had top pair and lost, which is important for later.
Ausmus 1 card away from a huge double up here, 7-handed at this final table. Here's a river card.
Save the one outer.
It's the jack of clubs, and Ausmus will receive a full double up. And Ben, how do you think this will change the way this final table plays?
Well, the best player at the table and one of the best players in the world now has a above average stack. So, I mean, it just means that Jeremy has more room now. I mean, he's going to be able to put pressure on weaker players and get involved in more pots. And anytime we can see Jeremy Ausmus play more hands and more poker, that is exciting. That whatever Jeremy does is correct. I would say of the high rollers these days, he may have put in as much work in the solver and in the lab and theoretically than anybody. You know, I know how much grinding he does, how much he likes to study. You know, he might be one of the first to admit that, like, he isn't as talented as some other guys that he plays with, like Ike or whatever, but he works harder, and you know, the results have shown.
Very cool to see Ausmus at final tables every single year. And hearing from you that he's a really hard worker only makes it easier to root for him.
Adam Hewitt, does Ausmus have a bracelet? He does have a bracelet, and then 5 more after that.
Yeah, Ausmus, 6-time bracelet winner. He's storming up those all-time rankings. People love to chat about, you know, who will ultimately have a chance to overtake Phil Hellmuth. The name Sean Deeb is obviously mentioned often. I think Ausmus is right up there in that conversation.
For sure, and I think, you know, Jeremy has put a lot of work into mixed games and has mixed game bracelets, and you know, is not going to stop grinding those big mix events or the 50K or anytime soon. And that's, you know, someone who's going to catch Phil Hellmuth is someone like Sean or like Jeremy who can play the 250K no limit, but also play the 1500 stud and be very competitive in both fields. All right, looks like it's probably go time for our buddy Rags here. And if I'm saying that wrong again, I'm sorry.
I think it was Ragas.
Ragas, apologies. I mean, Rags is kind of a good poker nickname
It
because
is.
he always be playing Rags, but King Queen suited is not a rag, and this is going in.
Yeah, Ragazzoni has 1.5 million, as you can see on the screen. Big blind already 120K. Players are guaranteed $46,000 right now. Final six will get 61,000, so quite a nice pay jump on the line. By the way, if you're just tuning in on our YouTube stream, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Turn on our notifications. We are live almost every day. A little mix between PokerGo.com and our YouTube stream. We're also going out to many other platforms such as Pluto, Freevee, and a bunch more. So
Pluto, my favorite non-planet.
wherever you're watching from, we appreciate it. Don't forget to subscribe to our socials to stay up to date on whatever is streaming next. And here comes Ragazzini, sorry.
So he chooses a 3-bet here off of 12 bigs. Also, you know, here, same to my point before. You'd only see a jam here and not all-in 3-bet. And this is kind of the newer school of poker. Oh, wow, Davidson with 10s here.
Oh. So if you're Davidson, is there ever a consideration of a concern towards the committing looking 3-bet from Ragazzini, or does your stack size sort of eliminate that fear?
No, I mean, there's always a fear. Obviously, Ragazzini could be doing this with any number of hands and could be going a non-all-in 3-bet choice with a hand like jacks or queens or kings or aces or something like that. So there's definitely a concern, but look, he would also choose hands like this, weaker hands. If you're Davidson here, I think, you know, you should be 4-bet jamming, but the positions too. I mean, I don't know. The one thing about this type of spot is you don't really have any flats if you're Davidson. Wow, he gives it up. I don't fault him, honestly. I mean, it's sort of one of these, you know, Ragazzini's committed. You have no idea how Sepiel, who opened under the gun +2, is really strength-wise. I mean, obviously, Queen 10 off, one of the worst hands he's going to open. But that's a stronger position to be opening from. So to get three, you know, for then Ragazzini to 3-bet him there, you can't really flat 10s here because then you put so many chips in the pot and you have no idea where you're at. I mean, we see that it would have gotten through, it would have worked. I mean, he would have been flipping against King, Queen of Diamonds, but I don't hate the fold there.
Let us know in the chat if you would have stuffed it in there with pocket 10s. Always curious to hear
No one showed up.
how the chat pros feel.
Tell me, chat pros.
Yeah, that time Walt showed up.
Yeah.
Question, who is a better poker player? A player who has 1.1 million in tournament cashes but 1.2 in tournament buy-ins, or a player with 200K in tournament wins and 100K in buy-ins? Oh, JT. If only it was that simple.
Whoever's still able to buy into the next tournament.
Exactly. Whoever still shows up the next year probably is the better player or the better crypto portfolio.
I always say this, poker is my favorite hobby, and I like for it to stay that way.
Yeah. Fair enough. I will say, I went back and forth from, you know, I've been a serious hobby player for 10+ years, and then to become a professional the last couple years. It got less fun, and now that I'm working harder and feel more confident, it's more fun again. But yeah, man, it's like you gotta really effing love what you love the day-to-day and love the pain and embrace the pain if you're gonna do this, especially tournaments.
The walks to the car are longer and longer.
I know, and you know, I live on the best side of Vegas, the west side, so it's a longer drive than maybe it is for you. I have lots of time to wind down after a tournament. Shout out, Summer.
I guess it helps with all the hands you misplayed throughout the day, so you can run through all of them on your drive home.
Oh, yeah. You want as much time to self-punish as possible, for sure.
Back to the action here, Strelitz.
Also,
240K.
I got to shout out Coward Letterer, because that's an awesome name, but Donkey Table Except Ausmus is just incorrect. This is stacked. This is stacked. Everyone here knows what they're doing. And I mean, look, Tony, with a fold like folding 10s there, it shows that he understands you know, the strength of the positions that people are opening from, and then the 3-bet strength of Ragazzini there. You know, he can be pretty wide, and Sepiola is, you know, opens a lot of hands, but that's a really pro fold with tens. A lot of people can't get away from it there. And again, if he had decided to 4-bet go with it, I don't mind it either, but it just shows that, you know, he's thinking. He knows what's up.
Quick shout out to Nadi Vidal. I don't want to overlook the fact that he just also took the opportunity to 3-bet with ace-7 of spades. Nadi Vidal did not come here to fold, applying that pressure on Strelitz, who raised from the button, and he takes it down without showdown. Nadi Vidal, his oldest daughters graduate college next week, and he says his greatest accomplishment is his 2 daughters. So shout out to him.
So now we have to root against a family man? No, I'm just kidding. Congrats. That's awesome.
We have lots of incentives here to root for players. Of course, Nadi Vidal, you know, want to get the graduation gift.
Yeah.
Davidson wants to get the honeymoon paid for.
Right. Sepiol wants to be able to join Southern Highlands instead of Las Vegas Country Club.
Yeah, Ausmus wants to jump further up those ranks.
Yeah. Play some $1 million buy-ins.
Dixon here on the short stack. Ace King offsuit.
I don't know what he's. I don't know if he's. I mean, he can limp jam this, but he's got so few. He has so few chips. He's getting called by so much worse. I don't really know why he's not just going all in here.
Good, because I'm drawing dead as hand.
Drawing hand, as you said earlier.
That's why I had full deck.
But yeah, when you're that short, I don't think you need to get too tricky. Danny's gonna call pretty wide if he has anything worth it. You don't need to worry about keeping a ton of hands in by just going for 500 as opposed to all of it there. You're never folding once you put in 500. Just put it all in.
It says there's a billion chips in play.
Checked. I prefer LV Country Club. Hey, I love LV Country Club.
I mean, it's all kind of dumb.
Shout out to the many members of Las Vegas Country Club that are poker players, including Mr. Danny Sepio.
I was feeling nostalgic.
Sepiol's Twitter bio says golfing and pokering, so good blend of the two.
No, not more. No, everything's, you get more. Yeah.
Should have told me before.
Yeah, I was feeling nostalgic for when it used to start at 25, 25, and like, when the antes came in, you were like getting deep.
Yeah, right.
Tuning in for the very first time. This is our horseshoe table. It's our secondary streaming table. We are live every single day during the World Series of Poker. It's a blend between our main set with all the hoopla and the fancy stuff, and this is our secondary table, which allows us to bring you more coverage than we otherwise would. We launched this table 2 years ago without graphics, and then we added graphics, and then we added more lights, and we're pretty happy with the way this is progressing. Of course,
All of the lights.
this is not our TV table, so to say, that goes to CBS Sports, who will be airing a lot of episodes again this year of not only bracelet events, but also the World Series Poker main event.
Shout out television.
Yeah, it's good to have poker on mainstream TV in the US.
For sure. Before, when we were just talking, they were mentioning being nostalgic about the 25 chips, the green 25s. I remember when there were 10 chips.
Wow.
The first couple levels of mixed events, they would have like 10 for stud because you were anteing just 10, and then they would take them away. God, I miss the 10 chips.
Reminds me of my first year coming to Las Vegas in '09, where I ended up at the Mirage playing 1 to 4 spread limit 7-card stud with people that I think the average age was 86 years old, and it was fantastic. I had the best time. We played with coins, with dimes.
Oh, really?
Yes, we had.
Oh, that's
we had I guess it was a silver dollar or something. It was very cool.
that's awesome.
Those were hard to shuffle.
Yeah,
very
yeah,
heavy.
yeah. I mean, if you know, you got to be old school, have those strong hands from years of shuffling silver dollars. Bring back the silver dollars. We don't need million plaques. We want, you know, some metal. I want my chips to be able to use as a weapon. Do we know what Nut TV Dad's hat is? The B? Could be anything.
The B.
B
Wow.
for badass.
I feel as though people have gotten a lot more creative with their hats lately.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot more people wearing those hats with the city names upside down.
Oh yeah, or the you know, the animal ones where everyone man, those are a bit much for me, but hey. Ragus, yes, okay, Ragus is, someone said let's go Ragus. I'm gonna try and say Ragus and not Rags. But come on, it's poker, guys. King 7 here, definitely jammable. Definitely raisable. Oh yeah, he's pretty deep. He's just gonna raise this. So you see much bigger opens from the small blind than you would from any other position. 320 here at 120K big blind. Ooh. And this is gonna go 3-bet or jam fold. I don't think Jeremy can just flat here. He's still gonna have a ton of worse ace-X that's gonna call. He does limp some ace-X, this is Ragus, but I think he just has too many worse hands that call here. Yeah. And there is a good reason why you don't need to jam the King 7 for 13 or 14 and you can just raise fold. Obviously it's exploitable. Jeremy could be jamming much wider than that and getting a better hand to fold, but, you know, again, the days of, I got 15 bigs, it's going in, over.
It is interesting you say that, because when you initially mentioned he's plenty deep, it's such a funny thing to say when someone has sub 15 bigs.
And I mean, you've seen, like, you know, again, shout out to Triton for all the great work they do, but a lot of those high roller final tables are super shallow, so I think a lot of these guys have gotten really used to, you know, playing a 15-20 big average at a huge final table, and just ICM is that much more important. You know, finding the right folds. Wow, I love to see the big crowd out there. This makes me very happy. Shout out to also Jeff Platt, who has for years been the champion of trying to make this a better live viewing experience, and looks like it's we're getting there. Every year it's getting a little bit better. I mean, obviously, watching live poker without enough cards in person, that's like, you know, you better really love someone.
Right.
But it is great to see all the people at the Horseshoe. This is awesome.
I think that the beauty of this room specifically is the fact that it funnels down into this room. So if you're making a run of your own, you will probably end up in this very room. And that also means that if you have a break or if you happen to get eliminated, you're always close to the action, and it's inviting to stick around in case you know someone at one of these feature tables. Just tuning in, final 7 of this event. Please don't forget to hit this like button. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes on today's video. If you're tuned in on YouTube, we very much appreciate it. It helps spread the word of these final tables.
So Ausmus has had a rough start to the series, and when he won his shootout final table, he took like a winner's photo because he's like, oh, got to raise the morale, got to you know, celebrate our wins. And then he took a second winner's photo yesterday, obviously, for Twitter. Will he make his 3rd winner's photo of the event? It would be kind of poetic. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is kind of a fun little anecdote. A bunch of us grinder types put in 1K each for a, if you haven't won a bracelet yet, live bracelet, only No Limit or PLO, everyone puts in 1K. The first person to win gets the entire pool.
Wow.
Me, Elvis Tumis, and TJ Reed from PokerOrg set this up, and we've got about 37 or 38 people in it, Danny Sepiol being one of them.
Oh, wow.
So this is the best sweat I think we've had so far at clearing out the pool. So
well, what that means is that you just gave all the other players who are clearly dialed in more fold equity.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I did. That's all right, though. Someone just yells, what is this final table? It's poker, yo. It's a shootout. Pakalolo Bandit. Sorry, it's what is Yahis final table. Dixon choosing to raise the 7-6 suited off the stack. Ugh, this is... I don't love this. I mean, it's gonna work this time, but this is the part of your range you fold when you're this short, and kind of let it go.
Would have been an instant jam.
You know, it's just one of those where you're never calling a 3-bet, you're never getting it in. you're too early position. You just don't have a ton of fold equity. Ambitious, but hey, that's why he's there and I'm here.
Well, of course, everyone has their own playing style, and
Of course.
a good example of that, and I think you can catch the highlights on our YouTube channel, is Brent Hart in the 5K No Limit the other night. That man was determined to play his own style. No one was messing with the way he approached things. He went for many high fives on the rail, and it all worked out for him. He took it down. Imagine how boring poker would be if all we were watching was the solver boys passing the chips around. I love the fact
Talking
that
shit about the solver boys?
yes, I am.
You want to fight?
It's fun. That's the beauty of poker, right? You see all different styles come together,
Yeah.
and I think that that's what makes the game so interesting
No,
to
for
watch.
sure. For sure.
Trading Newbie asking, can you please explain a shootout? Well, everybody starts at their own table, as you would in any given poker tournament. The difference being that you have to win your table. So you have to win it like a sit and go. And then the next day, you do the same thing all over again. So you have to win 2 tables in a row to make the final day. And then today they started with the final 16 players. So all 16 players that returned today won 2 sit and goes in a row. And now they're playing it out like a regular tournament. If there had been a lot more entries, it would have been a triple shootout where you have to win 3 tables in a row, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Great format.
Very cool format. And like we mentioned at the top of the show, you do see the cream rise to the top in a lot of these because you have to play shorthanded early. You have to win heads up twice to get here. You can't just be playing full ring the entire time. It switches up. It really takes a knowledge of all the positions and how to play 3-handed heads up, etc. Speaking of which, this is my mortal enemy of a tournament. Can I say that? I have gotten heads up 3 times for my first round win and never won.
Wow.
So I just wanted to get some sympathy from the chat. Thank you very much.
Time to study that heads-up game.
Yeah, let's not even get started on that. I think I have 4 live seconds in the last 5 months. And my only win in the last 5 months was a tag team tournament where we won immediately when my partner switched in, and she won on the very first hand. I probably would have messed it up. I don't know. But any heads-up coaches out there who want to help me, please.
Funny side note about the shootout format. I think I can't recall exactly who tweeted it. Someone tweeted that Alan Kessler was shouting "seat open" every time someone busted at his table.
No way.
And that, of course, is pretty meaningless in a shootout format. There's not going to be any new players added to your table. By the way, meanwhile, we have 1 million chips in the middle here between Davidson and Nadi Vidat, who has the open-ended straight draw. Nadi Vidat with the deuce, or excuse me, Davidson with the deuce somehow ahead here, but it's going to be hard to get the showdown here potentially if Nadi Vidat wants to get involved. He raises it up on the turn here. Wow. 2 flush draws out there. He just has the open-ended straight draw and the overs.
Check raise here. Yeah, I mean, you're putting a 10 in a really tough spot. You're putting all but a few jacks in a really tough spot because you know when you check raise here, you're going to have to call a big bet on the river. So with just your deuce here, it's time to let it go, I would think. Oh, doesn't look like he's letting it go.
Wow, that will be pretty epic.
The only problem with this is what do you do on an ace river? You know, what do you do on a 9? You are blocking a straight, but this is the type of hand that you show up with, or a diamond. You have the deuce of diamonds, but you're not blocking a ton. All right, he makes the call.
Wow.
His read is correct that he's ahead right now.
So yeah, so from a game plan perspective here, what is he just hoping that Nadi Vidat shuts it down? Like, does he have a read that goes beyond that? And as we can see here, the jack pairs on the river. Davidson's deuce is best, but how can you draw that conclusion from this action?
Good question. That's the secret sauce here, right? I mean, it's unlikely that he's going to check raise the turn with a jack. Like, that just seems sort of strange, but maybe, you know, you do that with some 2 pairs here, and now he has a full house, but I don't know. I think this is a very good river for Davidson. This is the type of river he's looking for. And, you know, when he calls the turn here, too, not if he dad knows that a jack is a huge part of the range that's calling here. So I wonder if he slows down, or I wonder if he thinks that repeat jack is better for him because oh, wow, he goes with it.
Baby, all in shove from Nadi Vidat.
Oh, well, baby, this is spicy.
Davidson sick to his stomach, but as you can tell by the lack of snap fold, he is not ready
Be a legend.
to give it up just yet.
Be a hero one time. Yeah, I mean, look, that jack is better for Davidson. So when you see Natividad shove here, you're worried, but this is the kind of river that he's hoping to see, I think, if he wants to go through here and call both these streets. Like, you had to expect that he's going to get jammed on with all of his bluffs, too, with the king-queens, with these types of hands. So, like, I mean, and you have to also think, is he really going to go for all of it when a jack hits the river, if he has a jack, too? Or is he going to go for something thinner? So, I think if you call this check raise and you see this river, I mean, it's tough, man. Sheesh. In game, like, this is...
Keep in mind, people at home, he's deciding for his tournament life at a World Series of Poker final table.
With a deuce.
With a deuce.
With a deuce.
It'd be an unbelievable call.
A queen is, he makes the fold, and it's understandable. I think also, like, a queen is not a card you want to have if you're Davidson. It's an easier call with ace deuce because a queen is one of the main cards that is gonna be in a lot of Natividad's bluffs, his check raise bluffs, his draws, things that missed. So when you have one of those queens, there's just less hands that you're now beating because you're taking away some bluff combos. So, you know, we saw that he would have been right, and it would have been a frickin' epic call, but, like, his read was right, and he just, you know, it's just so hard to call off. He has a lot of chips, too. I mean, look, he's got almost 40 big blinds. So for him there, it's like, okay, I fold here, and I'm still in it. You know, I lose a big pot there, but am I really, like, I'm in such a good spot. From an ICM perspective, I'm ahead of 2 other people at the table. Do I really just want to, like, risk it all with the deuce here? But to his credit, he thought about it. His read was right, and, you know, we would have loved to see him make the call, but that's a very, very tough call.
Also, give credit to Natividad, who has shown that he wants to keep control of this table, and look at the disparity in chips between Natividad and all the other players.
Yeah, this is...
He has more than double than his nearest opponent, and while for some that might be a reason to sit back and enjoy the show, he's actually putting the pedal to the metal, applying the pressure on Dixon in the big blind here, raking in another pot here.
I mean, and this is what you have to do when you have this many chips. No one wants to go out next. I mean, obviously, Dixon and Ragus are both kind of like competing to not go out next because they're both so short. But you're just going to put a lot of people in tough spots, and all the middling stacks especially. Like, that's another consideration for Tony right there. Going out next with 2 sub-big or 10 big blind or lower stacks is just tragic. So it's really hard to make. It's even harder to make that call now. And I think with all the information he had, it's probably a really good fold, just from a survival perspective, everything else, even if he really felt like he was right. So, yeah, we're gonna see. This is gonna be a big stack power poker for a while, and you know, people like Ausmus, Strelitz, Ragus, the really experienced pros here, they're not gonna. They know how wide he's gonna be. They're not gonna let him bully him around. But there's only so much they can do. And here's a real hand for Ragus. This ain't getting folded.
Ragus is indeed throwing in the raise. By the way, shout out to everyone who's following along in the chat. Love to see everyone chiming in on what they would have done, or what's going through their mind. Please don't hesitate to chime in. Share your thoughts with us. We're going to be here all night until a winner is crowned in this event, and so far, Natividad is the man to beat, as Ragazzini looks to pick up a little one here, unless Sepiol decides to play back from the big blind.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. Ragazzini is definitely opening very narrow. He's in first position. Yeah, and so I don't think there's much value to jamming here as Sepiol.
Yeah. Okay. So it'd be 2 more left.
Sepiol does
really classy fold there. I think you see the fact that he's just going to be dominated by better ace-x so often. If he jams, he's getting called by pretty much his entire range that he opens with. When he's that short and he opens from that position, his raise fold numbers go way down. So really classy fold by Danny there. don't get yourself in trouble with those weak aces. Yeah, a lot of people saying they wouldn't call with deuces. Yeah, no, I mean, look, like we said, I think with all the information provided and the ICM considerations, et cetera, even if he had a great read, which it clearly did, yeah.
Well, have you considered this, though? If you call and you're right, you're going viral on the internet.
I mean, that's not worth nothing. I don't think Tony has any interest in quitting his day job at the Win, but man, yeah, there's a viral clip right there, and a few people who want to buy your action in the main, that's for sure.
Hey, sometimes...
Tony, if you're selling for the main, at Ludlow on Twitter, DM me, bro.
Meanwhile, Dixon still hovering around the million chip mark. He seems sort of resigned in his fate. He's smiling. He's casual. He knows that it's going to take quite a bit for him to get back into the action.
Yeah, as the shortest stack here, you don't have a ton of pressure, right? Like, your decisions are pretty much made for you. Nothing you can do but just hope you catch the right cards in the right situation. There's not a lot of wiggle room here, you know. Wow, and the Tividad that's a huge raise. This is like 330. Okay, I thought that was like 380 or 400. Still pretty on the bigger side. You're going to see most everyone opening min or slightly above min, and this is close to 3x. And I mean, he's just disincentivizing people from playing, you know? Like, he's just going to get more folds in the small and in the big, and short stacks like this are going to want to defend. Like, here's Jack 3 suited, where off 30 bigs, it's an easy defend off min raise, but now when you make it 3x, like, you're putting in practically a third of your stack here with a suited hand. Like, he just gets to fold now. And that's the beauty of starting to put the pressure on people like this. Ragas looks like Claude Nicky. Oh, man, he does. Wow.
Wow, that's a really apt description.
Lookalikes. Australian Claude. Shout out Claude, whatever you are.
Someone in the chat says, where can I watch Helmuth? Tweet at him and say, hey, Phil, please make a final table. We'll be there with the cameras.
Yeah, yeah, and Ragas folds here. And again, like, I don't really know. I don't think it's that tough a decision. I think you just got to give it up. But he's thinking through it. You know, the big raise changes some things. But really, you know, Natividad knows what he's doing with all these chips, clearly. What do you have, 120 cashes, you said? That's a lot more than me.
Grinder. A real grinder.
It's cool to see guys like that who are maybe more local, kind of dailier grinders show up to these events. They've all got some chops, you know? As I've traveled the country more to play tournaments, it's really, there's some, you know, it's always fun to see like the local talent who you know you're going to see at the World Series crushing in a couple years.
Strelitz, suited connector, 7-6 of hearts, gets involved. He's not had a great start to this final table. Also has Natividad to his direct left, who loves to play back at everyone, as we've seen.
And blinds just went up this hand to 8160. So Strelitz makes it 325, yeah, min raise.
It's like Die Hard, you know, when you get to the office, just take your shoes off.
Where's Ted Forrest been? Man. I don't know.
So many people come and go in the world of poker.
We were just talking about weight loss bets earlier today. That's the most famous weight loss bet of all time. Or one of them. God.
Yeah. Did Mattisau ever pay?
I don't know. Let's tweet at him.
Wasn't there controversy about...
Oh, yeah. He was like, I'm not fucking paying. Excuse my language.
Strelitz gets to win a hand, and we are still 7-handed here. By the way, if you're tuned in on YouTube, please make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel.
Sorry, I had to mute and ask Remko if we could swear.
If
it
really
only if necessary.
If it really calls for it.
If it really
then,
calls for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm imitating Mattisau, that's a fair time to swear.
Right. Well, there's actually a funny rule on YouTube. If there's a curse word in the first, I want to say 14 seconds of a video, you get automatically flagged.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It doesn't do anything to your video. You just get limited monetization.
Yeah.
So we had the.
That's why Mr. Beast never swears.
Well, we had the Ninja Nutcase cash game live stream, and every single clip that we tried to use, everybody was cursing.
So it's just beep 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 beep.
It was really funny.
Yeah.
Not if you dot hit ace 10 off. Of course, we know that he is going to get into the mix. Just continues to raise
the
it
fact
up.
that he made it 330 makes me think that the graphics hadn't updated and he's just still opening min every hand.
Oh yeah.
So that's probably what happened in that last hand. He wasn't making it 3x. It was just a fold with those, the jack suit 3 suited tank fold makes a lot more sense now because off a min raise, it's like the rule of thumb, especially with a Broadway card in there, is you're calling all suited hands that have a Broadway card for a min open. But again, with ICM, with all of this stuff, it makes sense that he's kind of thinking about it as a fold because that's one of the bottom, the folds you need to make off that shorter stack of your Ragus. So ignore everything I said about the big opens from Natividad, but Feliz Natividad. Nice.
Wow, I was waiting for that.
Feliz Natividad.
I used to, when I was probably 16, 17, I used to stock shelves at a grocery store. And then, of course, during the Christmas time, which nowadays is like 7 weeks long, there was a 12-song playlist on repeat.
Oh, God.
And that was one of the songs.
Yeah. So you have a little PTSD?
Yeah, I do.
That's fair. Yeah. Good blackjack hand, bad poker hand.
Davidson gives a walk, and Strelitz
wow.
finds ace king. You should never look if you get a walk.
What are you talking about? You always look.
No.
Then you can complain. Look, okay, people out there, if you're playing poker for a living, you need to do as many things as you can to be able to complain to your friends about. So if you get a walk with aces or ace king, that's a perfect opportunity to be like, this is BS, I just got to walk with aces. Like, you need that. You need some fire. I'll always listen to you if you complain, guys. I'm at Tim Duckworth on Twitter.
Yes, definitely get rid of the red deck.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
And the blue deck. If I get any more 9 deuces.
Dixon, desperately looking for a hand.
Card dead complaints have been engaged.
Yep.
They're allowed.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with folding. Like you said, Ben, playing a short stack is not what it used to be. And Dixon probably feels shorter than he actually is.
He's getting pretty short.
He is pretty short, but still, you're not out yet.
No, I mean, like, you can't give up. Like, your decisions are made for you, and I think once you just mentally decide that, then there's no pressure. You just be patient and just wait. Like, chances are you're gonna go out next, or you're gonna go out one of the next 2 people most of the time. So be at peace with that and just wait for the right spot and accept your fate.
Except the all with 7s takes one down.
The worst thing you can do is be impatient in this game, let alone as a short stack, but anytime.
Thank you. You jump in the Gladiator? Or?
Lots of events going on at the World Series of Poker. Strelitz referencing the Gladiator. We are live streaming that final table of that $300 event, which, in my opinion, is always one of the most fun events to cover. We're talking Gladiator, Colossus, Mystery Millions, events like that where you see people's lives get changed off of a buy-in that is affordable for the vast majority of people that are into the game of poker. Even a scrub like myself could flick it in and go for a run.
Let's not go that way.
But the Gladiator right now on day 1D, they of course are ripping through the entrance up to 17,462. Absolutely.
That's total?
Wild. Yeah, total. Yeah, 5,300 today.
Yeah. I mean, I think the cool part about those two, like you said, they're fun to cover. You see life-changing money be given out for a small buy-in. And there's always going to be some recreational kind of hometown heroes who make the final table of that. I think some of the best rails are those events.
Right.
Where you're going to have, all the boys come in and to watch their friend play as opposed to us, lame Vegas grinders who it's like all of our friends are busy playing other tournaments.
They might show up. They might show up for the photo.
I make a final table and someone's like, "Oh, you're at a final table." Well, good luck. I'm in the 1500 Badoogie.
Might later edge the deep stack.
Might life, yeah. Good luck on your bracelet. I'm going to go play the nightly.
Ausmus here, king queen off, raising it up to 325.
Deuce is right into the muck, Brent.
As expected.
Poor Dixon. Can't even double down a 9-3, you know?
So yeah. Oh, sorry.
We need a wash and a fresh deck for Dixon.
Yeah. Well, that's I mean, and that's really tough because look at Dixon's stack now.
Yep.
He had a third of his stack in there
Ooh.
between the ante and the big blind, but there's nothing you can do. So we'll see what happens here. If it folds around to him,
Marginal.
he's gonna have to put it in pretty wide. But if he gets through, then he's got a whole other orbit, and maybe Ragus, he can outlast Ragus or find a cooler from someone else.
Back to your favorite deck.
What's that?
We're back to your favorite deck now.
Yeah.
But this is a new red, right?
New red deck. This is the new red deck.
I get downgraded to the 2 instead of the 9-3. I was moving in the right direction.
I mean, Dixon paying basically a third of his stack to the blinds and antes.
Yeah.
Ragazzini is going to be in that same spot to next hand.
Yeah.
Raised to 325.
Hello. This is a pretty good hand in this game. Ace-ace.
Pocket rockets for Strelitz. Going to fire back at the open from Davidson.
Strelitz going to go with a 3-bet. You will see a lot of people just flat aces as a trap, especially with some short stacks behind who might squeeze. We get the laugh from Dixon, meaning 8-deuce again. Went from 9-deuce to 9-3 to 8-deuce. So if you're Davidson, this is just, this is not a hand you like to call a 3-bet with.
Davidson has
Suited's different, but again, you have to think about the types of ace-x hands that are going to 3-bet you here, and you're dominated by a lot of them, slash all of them. So we'll see. Maybe he gets some Broadway cards.
To make things worse for him too is that he's out of position against Strelitz,
Yeah.
so it's not like he has position on him in a button versus small blind scenario.
Correct.
Right now he's going to be first to act,
I need another
and Strelitz is going to have an easy continue here.
Luckily for Tony, though, he didn't flop a 10, didn't flop anything. This is going to be...
You are on the fun table. Already.
He said moon.
So you are running hot. You see, there are people with a lot of chips. We can donate these chips to you.
I don't know if you're hearing that out there. Someone getting a pep talk.
Yeah. Don't give up.
Don't give up. They can donate chips to you. Shout out whoever that is. She is correct. Yes, Mike Wazowski, this is a delayed stream. We are calling the action as we see it on our screens right now, but it happened in reality an hour ago?
So we do have a dynamic delay during our events, which is something that our regular viewers will be familiar with, which basically allows us to cut out the breaks. So I believe we started with an hour 45 delay, and we're going to slowly chop that up until we get down to a 30-minute delay. So that means that you will have to, run to the bathroom a little faster, or make that popcorn while you watch on your phone. But yeah, we're trying not to take any breaks and give you guys the best viewing experience as Ausmus finds Queen 9 of diamonds. Now, Ben, of course, it is fun to play hands like Queen 9 of diamonds, but the consideration with Dixon being as short as he is and Ragazzini having a third of his chips committed from the big blind make those hands far worse.
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Exactly.
Maybe I have a future in the game.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We've been talking about maybe you have a future in the game for about 15 years now.
You know what the funny thing is? This is okay. Me and Patrick Antonius are sort of on the same level, but except
same level of what?
Except we're on counter opposite sides of the spectrum, and I'll explain to you.
In that you're both from Europe?
No. It's that Patrick Antonius used to make the occasional strategy video for Poker News Strategy way back in the day. We're talking 2009, 10, when I used to work for Poker News, and it made me realize that Patrick Antonius is an extremely good player.
Let's pause here for 1 second. Sepiol jams the small blind. Ragus thinking about it with threes. it's probably going to end up calling here, but this is a hand you'd much rather be shoving with than calling off with, for sure, because you're just never dominating anything like except twos, and you're flipping with everything else. But it's a pair.
Now also, he has 320,000 already in the middle here.
Yeah, yeah.
So if he folds, he's going to be down to around $1 million.
Man, I honestly don't know the right answer here, and it doesn't seem like he does either. This is hard. Again, like easy shove with threes. You have a lot of fold equity, and if you get called, you're flipping against practically every single hand in the deck, right? But here to call off, I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's made worse by the fact that
Dixon
has 600K.
Yeah. Sorry, that is the main consideration here. I meant to say that first, but.
So yeah, Ragazzini with a big decision also.
All right, so back to Antonius while we're.
No, what I was going to say is that Antonius, and I'll keep this very short, Antonius, phenomenal player, not the greatest poker trainer / coach. Me, I can ask the right questions, I can see it for what it is, but put me at the table, I have no idea what to do.
There you go.
I need to see the cards.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of these sort of, Antonius, Ivy, some of these guys who are just like savants.
Right.
It's hard for them to explain all the time exactly what's going through their head, and that's not a bad thing. But there are a lot of great coaches who aren't great players, and a lot of great players who I would never want coaching from. So I don't want either from you. But
right. No, that's totally understandable. Yeah.
Just FYI, Remko and I have known each other for like 15 years, so I'm allowed to talk shit.
He's invited to my wedding.
Yeah. He just texted me the other day, you still coming to my wedding? I was like, I don't know.
He's invited to my wedding for now.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to North Dakota for this guy. Oh, shit, I just doxed you.
Oh, shit, everyone's going to show up.
I didn't tell the date, though. I didn't say the date.
Right, or the location. It's a big state.
Yeah.
Back to the action
October
here.
32nd.
Ragazzini's still in the tank, understandably so. As we mentioned, big dynamics going on here. Dixon is a bit shorter than him. There's a 15K payout on the line. Also, he knows that he is 99% sure flipping here for his tournament life.
Right.
Which pair is an automatic call here? Fives?
Yeah, I mean, fives or sixes. Sixes is what first comes to mind because then there's plenty of things that you're dominant. There's at least, however many more combos.
Like ace deuce,
10
ace
or
3,
15.
ace 4.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're exactly ahead of those two. The more I think about this, the more it's a fold, I think. I just, do you want to take this spot right now when you know that Dixon's going to be forced all in so soon? And that once you, okay, so he folds here. If he folds here, he's got $1 million back. He puts another 160 in. Yeah, I mean, he can survive another full orbit and a half or so, or more, multiple orbits. So, oof.
The funny thing is that Sepiol is completely fine either way.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Danny is
better.
Yeah. I mean, look. A lot of us see a pair and we're like, oh shit, call. But this is a great example of pairs are really great to push your equity with as quickly as possible. To call off there, you're flipping against everything. Do you really want to take a coin flip in this spot where you've got a shorter stack behind? I really, really love that fold, and I think it's a really cool, just like, example and concept.
Yeah, keep going. Fuck it.
Tanking on an easy call. Some people are like flipping at best. 3-3 is an easy fold. Yeah, look. I like the fold a lot.
The wrong guy to ask. I don't know.
But look, the best part is they're all like, it's so close. This is kind of a pure. Someone out there who's got HRC up, run some ICM sims for us. Tell us if this is a call or not, please. Anyone listening out there? Maybe my friend Nipun Java's listening out there. All right, folds around to Ragus in the small. And we're going to see it go in. Oh, man. I'm just auto saying we're going to see this go in, but again, he's like in a similar spot as before. This, again, when you're the shoving player, this is a lot different than when you're trying to call it off, right? You have fold equity here. Jeremy has to fold a lot of hands. Yeah. You can't fold here. And Jeremy's going to be thinking about this from a extremely wide. I wonder what he's got.
Well, the fact that he asked for a count right away
Yeah, but when you ask for a count and then we haven't seen his hand yet, I'm gonna guess it's something like, you know, like Jack 6. Oh yeah, Queen 8, perfect. Like I love it. Queen 8's. And again, whatever Jeremy does here is right.
He's like, oh, I like him. He's funny.
Someone in the chat said a reward for folding. There you go. Slam dunk call for chips. 7-7 plus with ICM. Danny Stern. Thank you. There you go. No, that makes sense. 7s plus. We were saying 6s probably. 7s makes a ton of sense. I think Jeremy's gonna call. I don't know. I don't know. This is, I mean, we've seen some super close ICM spots already in this, which is great. I love this. This is where the money is made, and this is what these guys are also all really good at. You know, they've all been playing shorthanded. No one wins as many tournaments as Ausmus. I'm sure he knows pretty close what to do here, or at least has looked at some similar scenarios.
So how much of this decision goes into the fact that Ragazzini is one of the more studied players at this table, and doubling him up versus doubling up someone else might be a lot worse for Ausmus's equity?
I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think it's purely like, what's his range?
Right.
You know, how often does he have Jack 9 and things that we're kind of like dominating our 60-40 or 70-30 against? What's the bottom that he's shoving here is what he's thinking about. Because I think like Jeremy, yeah, okay.
Okay,
and he's going to call.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, and he's got 2 live cards. It makes it, I think it's, you know, he knows he has 2 live cards so much of the time, but it's just also tragic if he calls and it's Queen 10. But it's amazing if he calls and it's Jack 10, right? So
Ragazzini with a little
8-5 is all
eyebrow raise. Happy to see that he's 60% to double up here.
Aussie Claude, tired of getting run over, says Jimmy Bluffett. Yep.
Ausmus saying it might be a little loose. All right, here comes the flop. Let's see it. Queen in the window for Ausmus. A 5 and a 7 behind it. Ragazzini looking for an ace or a 5, and they're all live. So he has 5 outs twice here going to the turn. 2.2 million in the middle.
A lot of people cheering for Ragas in the chat.
Turn card is the Queen of Hearts. That'll do it.
Is not a good card. But we saw some really cool ICM spot with Ragas. He made some great folds. He provided us with some very interesting scenarios. I've played with him at the table a few times, and he is a beast. Not someone I want to see.
All right, Ausmus gets the KO here, and the Aussie Pro walks away with $46,948. No bad result here for a $1,500 buy-in, but still, of course, he had his eyes on a much larger prize. And the happiest man at the table right now is Mr. Dixon, who is now securing himself a nice pay jump up to $61,380. Rich Dixon is our short stack from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Funny fact here about Rich Dixon, he is already #1 on the Wyoming all-time money list, and he said that was his goal when he started playing poker, and he also added that if he wins the bracelet today, he might quit playing poker.
Stop. That's the worst bluff he's made all day.
Going out on top.
No chance. No chance. What, then when someone passes him, he'll come back?
Maybe.
No, come on. Nothing like making you play more poker than winning a bracelet. Easy all in here with King, Queen of Hearts. I was going to say we're going to see him just get it in super wide here because he has no incentive to try and survive any longer. Let's get it going. So, yeah. He's got the flush draw. Slight favorite.
610.
Promise Danny's not folding.
610 is the raise from Dixon. Tepio lets go of the Queen Jack off.
Oh!
He didn't say all in.
It's got 5K behind.
It's got 5K
Yeah,
behind.
I announced you guys all in.
Just put it all in. Why are you leaving for that?
Davidson happy to let Strelitz do the battling here because he's not going to let this one go. All right, we got King Queen versus King Queen.
Strelitz a slight favorite with 2 flush draws, am I right? Just kidding.
King Queen versus King Queen. King Queen suited, King Queen up. Hearts. King Queen, hearts.
Dixon plays in Brunson's Wyoming games. Oh, very cool.
4-4-3.
Okay.
Strelitz with the backdoor club draw to potentially send Dixon to the rail. Turn card is the ace of spades, and it'll be a chop. We'll move on to the next hand.
Chop it up. Dixon increases his stack, though, because he gets half the blinds.
I was closer to a flush, though, so I
You were, I know. You just had to make it dramatic.
You should get the extra.
There's no extra.
I love everyone's still back and forth battling about the 3-3 call. Someone, I mean, if that's Danny Stern or Donnie Stern, the Donnie Stern, then I trust that 7s plus is correct what he said. But intuitively, that would make sense too, because you just have so many hands you dominate and so many ace-x combos that you dominate too. Ace-10 was the nuts, I know. Tony rips it in there.
Wow.
He picks him as a big one, but no, it's a fine fold.
Just tuning in, my name is Remko Rinkema. Ben Ludlow alongside me here as Donnie Peters is on the IR. Donnie blamed me for getting sick, actually. He said, you came back from your Kansas trip, and I got sick the same day. Cannot be a coincidence, but...
I think he's just sick of you.
Yeah, probably. Dixon here all in with ace-7 offsuit. 815K. Will be more than happy to pick up the blinds and antes here as he's about to pay them again.
3-7-9.
Someone just said correct commentator. I don't know what that means, but I assume that everything I say is correct, so yeah, thank you.
Folding over to Strelitz with Jack-8 suited.
Seems like probably a call. Yeah.
Strelitz moves all in, and Dixon is going to commit his final chips, and we're going to see another all-in showdown. Dixon ahead.
Suited versus ace-7. I have Jack-8 suited.
Dixon 55% here to double up. Given the fact that he's already gotten himself a nice pay jump, he'll probably be pretty content with his result already. But of course, now he's in a real spot to get back into the action. Here comes the flop. King 9-4 rainbow, perfect flop for Dixon as Strelitz picks up no draws, simply looking for a jack or an 8.
Yeah, Tony's getting pretty short here. If Dixon doubles up, then we are back in the, you know, 2 short stacks not wanting to go out next stage.
Queen on the turn gives Strelitz a straight draw. Now looking for a jack, 10 or an 8. Here comes the river, and it is an 8.
Ooh.
And that is it for Rich Dixon, #1 on Wyoming's all-time money list, sent to the rail by Deoxyribo, who now rakes in this pot to bring us down to 5-handed play. Dixon collects $61,380, and the final 5 now guaranteed $81,298, and the table keeps on getting tougher.
Okay. Now we battle.
Yeah, stacks are a little deeper now. Davidson the short stack, but still with some wiggle room.
Yeah. This is still, you know, obviously we have 1 short stack here, but everyone else is pretty deep for a final table.
160.
Should provide for some fun hands.
Octopi betting circle.
Dapper Dan folds the 10-6 suited.
Ausmus here finds pocket kings. Let's see if anyone finds something to play back with.
Cowboys in a shootout? Hot dang.
Strelitz in this moment with ace-6.
Yeah.
Let's go.
There's no flatting that hand. Ooh, 7 Dewey. That is not a good hand in this game.
Natural 9.
Trivia for the chat.
Wrong game.
Yep, wrong.
What is
There's a couple.
pre-flop
Okay.
The biggest favorite.
Not this one.
One hand can be against the other. What are the two hands?
Wow. All right, quiz question for the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So the biggest favorite you can be.
Yeah, so one hand in Hold'em is the biggest favorite over another hand. What is it?
Wow, great question.
But definitely
I mean,
baccarat.
I don't have this answer off the top of my head, but I'm going to think about it here and let the chat answer.
Oh, Ivan Zarate, awesome commentating. Cheers. What up, Ivan?
Ivan.
Take care.
If I ever get into a street fight, I want Ivan by my side.
Heck yeah.
Awesome.
If I ever get into a street fight that starts on the ground, especially, because he's a jiu-jitsu guy. But what up, Ivan?
Mean fighting machine from Reno. All right, we got Ausmus again with the race.
See the I see the right answer.
Okay, don't spoil it just yet.
Someone has said the right answer though.
Davidson here. Jack 10 suited. Comes in with the 3-bet.
Wow, I'm spamming the chat. My bad.
No, it's good. It's good. This is the most action we've seen in the chat in a long time.
Love it.
So I don't know if this is true or not. My first thought that I had was Kings versus King 3.
Kings versus King Deuce.
Oh, sorry, King Deuce. That was my first thought.
That is, I'm seeing a lot of people say aces versus ace 6. Someone run it, but I'm pretty sure it's Kings versus King Deuce.
It is. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because my first thought was
Aces versus ace 6. Maybe that's the that's the other one, or it's same. But I think Kings versus King Deuce is something crazy like 94-6 or something bananas like that. Because aces versus ace 6, like the 6 can make. It's pretty bad. See a lot of wrong answers. Yeah, Kings versus King Deuce was my understanding. Imagine I'm just wrong. Everyone's like, no, you're wrong.
If you're just tuning in to the show, we are 5-handed in the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Shootout. A bracelet on the line tonight and $305,000 up for grabs. If you are a fan of the game of poker, please know that we have live streaming every single day. Tomorrow, 25K No Limit Hold'em on PokerGO.com, exclusively commentary by David Tuckman and Norman Chad, making his 2024 debut.
Who?
Norman Chad is back in the booth.
Norman Chad.
I know he has fans, so I want to just point that out. Use promo code WSOP24YT to get the annual subscription on a $20 discount. And please check out PokerGO.com/schedule for all of our upcoming events. We'll have tons and tons of live poker coming up. Of course, the main event is still far away, and that's why we are entertaining you with tons of bracelet events. Also, for some additional context here, that 25K tomorrow will be day 2 coverage, and then the final table will also be on PokerGO on Tuesday. So we got back-to-back days of high roller coverage, followed by the 10K deuce to 7 triple draw, probably with Phil Ivey and Ben Ludlow.
Yeah.
And then we'll have the 3K 6 max, the 2.5K no limits, the Big O championship, the 50K high roller, and the 10K stud. Those are all in a row on PokerGO.com exclusively. So from tomorrow until next Monday, we have a daily stream on PokerGO.com, and we're going to have a nice mix of characters on the commentary between myself and Donnie, Jeff and Brent, Ali Najad in the house as well. You're going to get a bit of everyone, and then we will have additional YouTube streams, including the Gladiators Final Table, the $1,500 No Limit, the $800 Deep Stack, and Donnie and I will also be doing some 100K High Roller Day 1 coverage. So
Ooh, that's cool.
plenty of big events coming up, so subscribe to our YouTube channel and also snag yourself a PokerGO subscription, especially during this time of year. There's so much content to keep up to date on with the main event. Basically 3.5 weeks away. You might want to get in now and enjoy all that content. Back to the action here. Not TV Dot, our chip leader with queens, Ausmus with 3s in the mix here. Ben, perhaps an easy give up here for Ausmus?
Yeah, I think so. 3s are a nice spot to flat here and flop a set and own your opponent. Ooh, if only that was a 3. But nothing to do but check and fold if you're Jeremy. don't think there's a ton of value in betting here.
Go take it. I think what's the worst thing you can say?
And the TV dad is going to start going now.
That's true. That would work too.
Interesting check back by him. I think he realizes that there's a lot of kind of coordination with this board in Ausmus' small blind flatting range and doesn't want to get check raised. Obviously, you're never super disappointed to get in stacks here with an overpair, but again, Jack 10, Queen 9, all those types of hands, especially when Tividad doesn't have a club. Maybe just a little check back for pot control there on the flop. Don't hate it. Yeah. Turn 3 would have been cool, though.
Man, that would have been blood. Now TV Dot continues to maintain his chip lead, and now the first player to hit 15 million chips.
Yeah, you're. I skipped the 10K deuce Addy to be here with you, Remko.
Oh man, so we're missing out on seeing you.
Yeah. There's a non-zero chance I play it. Maybe I'll find 10K on the ground walking out, and then I'll definitely play.
Oh, good, good. Hopefully you're lucky on your way back to the car tonight.
If anyone wants to just leave it, just let me know where you leave it, please. Thank you. Queen 9, easy button open for Mr. Ausmus.
Plays 350.
The King Dewey suited. He just wishes he was in the big blind. Strelitz with evil thoughts here. Yeah, gives it up.
Thank you.
Get a water.
And a water for me too, please. No sugar.
Thank you.
Sepiol, king, queen off. 5-handed play. That hand starts to get better and better as we get more and more short-handed.
Absolutely.
325.
How much do you think it has helped Sepiol to win that absolutely massive win event for over $5 million, to have that ongoing confidence that you know you can close out a big spot?
Oh, I mean, massive, massive. I think, you know, he had the bluff heard around the world with that King 10 of hearts versus Chewy. And getting it done. I mean, look, the thing about Danny is I think he'd always been really confident, and he'd closed out some nice events before too. So I think he'd never lacked the confidence in his game and being able to close out, but I think it showed at that table where he was fearless, you know? He pulled off the necessary bluff to put himself in that spot to win. And a lot of people in that scenario for that kind of money on that stage after, I think it was day 6 or 7 of the final table, might have you know, might have tightened up a little bit. So
160.
the thing about Danny is he is not afraid to go for it and try and win and bust to, you know, in an attempt to try and win. He's going to always put you in a tough spot. He's always going to take the spots. He's just a super fun player to watch. He is not going to shy away from you know, any exploits.
Davison, king 10 of diamonds, raises it up. He is our current short stack. Davison has been shown to, like, wanting to get involved. Cards have not been on his side. He came very close to pulling the trigger on a massive call earlier versus Nativi Dot, so he is willing and able to get involved, and now facing a 3-bet from Strelitz, who is once again in position.
Yeah, and I mean, we see this as a great hand to start to put pressure on a cutoff opening range with. You're just going to get a lot of folds here, and Davidson's our shortest stack. So King 10 suited is close here. I mean, I think you just got to bin it. But it's, you know, for how much of a stack you would have to put in. Deeper, this is, you know, an easy call, but maybe Strelitz doesn't go for it either. You just hate to put in, God, what is it? A third of your stack here pre-flop, and then just Oh, he's 4-bet jamming. Wow. Now that is classy.
Okay, Davidson.
Okay, Tony.
Making his mark.
Okay.
Love
Hello.
to see it. Love to. Do you think it plays into his decision making that he has the shortest stack?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he knows that he's gonna get pressure put on him. He knows the exact position he's in. He knows Strelitz is extremely aggressive player who's gonna always put you in tough spots. So, man, great hand choice too. You're never drawing super dead. Obviously, with a suited Broadway, you always have outs if you hit the right flop. So it's pretty sweet. Go Tony.
Not in this game.
A little reminder here, Jeremy Ausmus, who is our headliner at today's final table, has 6 World Series of Poker bracelets. If he wins today, he will be in the top 10 all-time bracelets, tied with John Hennigan, Men the Master, and Billy Baxter. Iconic stuff.
Iconic crew there.
Right now,
I would love to have dinner with Jeremy Ausmus, Men the Master, and Billy Baxter.
right
some weird-ass stories.
Right now, by the way, Ausmus in great company as well. A lot of players from his generation are tied for 6 bracelets, and just for the sake of argument, I'm going to include Negreanu in that too. Negreanu, Aurier, Deeb, Rast, Mercier, Hastings, all on 6, along with some OG legends, Jay Heimovitz, Ted Forrest, Lane Flack, RIP, TJ Cloutier, and Chris Ferguson, also on 6 bracelets. So great company to be in.
Definitely.
Speaking of great company, Rob Mizrachi got his 5th bracelet, now is tied with his brother Michael.
Wow. What a family.
Yeah.
Couple of real players there. Robert's always been, I mean,
underrated.
Underrated. 100%. I think that's the exact right word. And he I mean, we did the 25K fantasy draft this year. He got drafted for $1 and was pissed and said he was going to make everyone regret it. And he did.
He did right away.
He did right away.
Winning a 10K.
You love to see that.
Worth lots of points.
Queen 7 here for Danny. Oh, blinds are up to 1-2 now.
Yeah, good reminder here for those watching. Every 40 minutes the blinds go up, so.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't think Tony's going to fold the bullets.
Okay, now this is an interesting situation, Ben. How do you approach sizing here? How do you disguise your hand the best?
Flatting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at a final table like this, he's gonna go big. He's gonna get the folds. It's too bad, but you know, he knows that everyone knows that he's gonna do this wide. Clearly, he showed some aggression, and obviously these guys have played with him enough today, more than we've seen, know that he's capable. So if you know that he's capable and he's gonna be 3-betting out of the big blind a decent amount, then you know you're less afraid to do it. But aces, man, such a strong hand. I think the charts are going to say flat there a lot because you're just so far ahead against the button range there. Danny back at it with ace-2 off. Strelitz with 8-3 suited in the big. So here, we might just see a defend. Any suited hand is defendable off of various stack depths. But this is one of the worst suited hands, and you need to fold some of them. And for people in the chat, he's not tanking, okay? He's thinking. That's not a tank. That is that's a real thought. 100 bigs deep, 50 bigs deep. Effective, he's definitely can flat there.
You're gonna do it there.
I could do anything. We had like a small break at a sandwich.
Did you just say we had a small bread sandwich?
That mean you weren't folding?
I love myself a bread sandwich.
I love myself. Our new shop, what's it called? Sandwich?
It's called sandwich or bread shop.
Bread shop, that's right.
So 2 pieces of toast with a piece of regular bread in between. It's a bread sandwich.
Remko's carb dreams.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
Can we add some frosting to it or something at least? Jeez.
Some butter and brown sugar.
Yeah. Oh, God. The pillars for Mr. Sepiol. Third open in a row. Can he go for a 5? Sometimes you just keep opening. All right, Davidson with the real hand here. I wonder. This plays better as a flat, I think. Yep. Alentejo Venayo is our new Sammy shop. Yep, we were talking about it earlier.
You're just dunking on my pronunciation there. Holy moly.
You know, what are you gonna do?
Is that Italian?
English is my first language, so Italian sandwich shops,
Under
obviously.
4, right?
Oh, by the way, for that
Yeah.
place, please order pickup. The lines are nuts.
Oh, you're good. Thank you.
Have you been?
I went back-to-back days on Thursday and Friday.
Oh, okay. This is Natividad in there with the 9-6 off, just because YOLO. But 10s for Sepiol, pretty bad flop for him. Wouldn't be surprised to just see him check here. Yeah. And Davidson with the nut flush draw. These under pairs to the board are really good really good hands to choose as your checks here, because clean outs on the turn sometimes. Well, this one could make straights, but if you hit a set on the turn, you're under repped. And, you know, 3-way pot, very likely someone's got a king or a queen or a flush draw here. So you don't want to get raised off your hand if you're down. I think Natividad is
Natividad is a warrior. He just he at least wants to consider it.
Oh, for sure. He's got bottom pair and a heads-up pot. This is different. Now, Danny, yeah, good fold. I mean, once that bet comes from Davidson, it's so king-queen heavy. There's so many handsy flats with a king and a queen in it. You know, just no point to overplay your 10s there. Good fold by Danny.
Tony Davidson, if you're just tuning in, floor supervisor at the Wynn, getting married this November, trying to win that big honeymoon here, and of course his first World Series poker bracelet. Has 24 cashes from Las Vegas, Nevada, and has been playing extremely well here at this final table so far.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's, you know, few unorthodox decisions, but his instincts have been incredible. I mean, that 4-bet jam with the king 10 suited versus Strelitz, that's a pro move, and that's a really good hand choice to do it with, too. Very impressed with Tony so far. Yeah, shout out to the Win.
Yeah, Tony also has been able to wiggle his way into, I guess, second in chips territory. Everybody is sort of close together here, bunched up, which will make the dynamics extra interesting. And Natividad, as we've seen at this final table, not really the type of player who will sit back, so he will now likely apply equal pressure on all these stacks. And
for sure, but for a while, he just kind of did sit back. You know, we saw him start to put a ton of pressure on him at first, and then everyone was just playing, going crazy around him, so he didn't have to put many chips at risk to see them get down to 5-handed. It was pretty cool. Pretty ideal spot for him where he just sits back and lets all the shorter stacks battle it out and just wait until they want to come after him. But he's still, you know, 75 bigs.
Wow, yeah.
That's a lot of chips.
If you're just tuning in, please make sure to hit that like button. Our goal for today's stream is to hit 1,000 likes on the video. Over 5,000 people watching right now. Shout out to everyone who is with us here tonight. We'll be here until a winner is crowned. $305,000 up top for the winner. Jeremy Ausmus going for his 7th World Series of Poker bracelet. Let's see if he can close this out against the lineup of players who is not hesitant to play back at him. So this should be a very entertaining final table. Also, a quick reminder to check out our full schedule on PokerGo.com/schedule. From tomorrow, we have 7 straight days of exclusive coverage behind our paywall on PokerGo. Get your subscriptions now. We have monthly, quarterly, and annual plans available. There's a $20 discount on the annual plan. If you use the code WSOPYT24, you get $20 off the annual sub. Might as well get in there now. We have tons of coverage coming up, of course, ending the summer with daily World Series Poker main event coverage. And then, right when the main event ends, we have a new season of High Stakes Poker launching. So always something going on PokerGo.com. So appreciate you guys.
Still waiting on my invite to play on High Stakes Poker and the $1 million that I assume you give to all players to play with, right?
Yeah, see, I was hesitant when you said you were looking for $10,000 on the ground.
Oh, okay.
That's not really a vote of confidence.
Well, only to enter the 10K dues.
Oh, you have separate funds for cash games?
Yeah, sure.
Meanwhile, Sepiol and Ausmus going at it here, 9-5 and 10-6. Look rather speculative, but on a Queen 7-8, we might see someone.
Well, they both flopped a gutter.
Here. Yeah, exactly.
So they need each other's outs. Now, would be very surprised to see. Was this just? Sorry, I missed. Was it limp? limp check back?
Yeah, we got
It
size.
must have been, yeah. Must have been limp check back. Definitely a spot you can put in a check raise here.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say gut shots to me sound like check raising hands.
Yeah.
Let me get a green.
You're just putting in 7 and an 8 in terrible spot. Jeremy has a lot of just auto bets here when it goes limp, check back, and then Danny checks. And obviously, you know, he's got one of the worst hands he's going to show up with. Despite having a gutter here, it's still just trash. I don't think we're going to see a call. Now, if he could click it. Look, it's Jeremy Ausmus, man. He's got the blockers.
How much do you think Ausmus and Sepiol are in a sort of leveling war because they have history?
I don't know if history matters too much with these guys in terms of like specific hands that they've played, but a leveling war in knowing that each is knowledgeable about blind versus blind play, which is by far the most complicated part of No Limit Hold'em. So, you know, it's more of like less I remember this hand from us playing together and more, you like my accent? Ooh, okay.
Oh, hello.
And more, you know, these guys both know that they are capable. Okay, so a flat here for Jeremy means that he's looking to, you know, on a. This is a turn where Sepiol's going to have a hard time continuing.
Okay, so if just.
So if this is a good hand for Jeremy, if this is a better turn for Jeremy, in my opinion. But Danny could have some, you know, he could have the 7-8, he could have the Queen 8. He might go small here to try and see a river. But now Jeremy's in a spot where if Danny checks, he knows the type of hand he's got, and he can bluff, because that's the only reason he would call here, is to hope that Danny slows down on the turn and then try and take it away.
It's interesting how.
But he doesn't know that Danny doesn't slow down very often. Sorry, go ahead, Rem.
No, I was going to say it's funny how a seemingly nothing hand can turn into such a battle, and Sepiol is going to continue here on the turn for 650.
Yeah. And, I mean, this is what makes blind versus blind spots the coolest, and heads-up poker in general the coolest, is because the ranges are at their widest, right? Like, practically any 2 cards is in these guys' ranges when it goes limp check behind. So it's all about post-flop play. It's all about those dynamics, what you can get to fold, how often they're going to have hands that are dominating. And I think this is, you know, this is a good continue for Danny, because if he checks here, he's just giving up. Right, so maybe he can lead here and just get a flat, or get a fold like that.
Wow.
Well played.
Well done from Sepiol, who chips up to 5 million chips, now virtually tied with Ausmus and Davidson.
Yeah.
Strelitz still sitting on 7.7 million at TV Dot, still Archibly with 14.8 million. But this really is anyone's game. Let us know in the chat, who do you think has the upper hand here? Who do you think is going to win? I think a case can be made for all of these players. They've all shown their skill. Of course, TV Dot has to be the favorite given his current chip stack. But let us know who your favorite is in the chat.
You know who I think's going to win?
Tell me.
The viewers of the PokerGo YouTube channel.
Hello. That's currently correct.
Play
Yes.
the deuce tomorrow?
They're being served up with some excellent poker play. I'm going to make my pick. I'm going to think Davidson is going to close it out.
Davidson, I'd love to see that.
I'm going to go Davidson.
I can't root against my friends, Jeremy and Danny, so I'm going to say one of them. But I would be totally fine if all of these guys. They all seem like great guys. They're all playing great.
Ben, are you saying I want everyone to have fun?
I want everyone to get a everyone gets a bracelet. Everyone gets a bracelet. No, Strelitz is a great guy. I've never played with Natividad, but I know the rest of them, and they're all good people, and good things happen to good people.
Yeah, most of them, but kind of depends on what else is going on.
But just to reiterate, been really impressed with Tony today.
Yeah.
He's really showed he's fearless, and he's here to win. It's awesome.
Davidson defending here from the big blind with Queen 3, Ace, Jack 10, 2 clubs on board. How do you explain the defend here with Queen 3 to the viewer? That might seem like a bit of a wide defend.
I don't know how to explain the defend with the Queen 3 here. This is definitely a fold, just because I think one of the things that we've been talking about a little bit is not putting yourself in a spot to be dominated, right? So Queen 3 is never ahead of anything that's opening. Queen 3 is probably not folding on the button, So it's just ambitious. You're hoping you flop a pair, obviously, against a wide range, but it's really hard to know where you're at with these types of hands. So generally, that's why you see folds.
Breaking news from the PokerGO commentary booth.
Wow.
Tim Duckworth got his mustache trimmed.
He looks a little less like Yosemite Sam now.
Yeah, you look more like a human now. Like the allure of the sort of 70s vibe you had going is gone.
Yeah, I was sending him all these great 70s outfits on Instagram to really match that mustache vibe, and now I just, you
I'm not
know,
a big fan
nothing.
of
I am happy though that the mustache is still there.
Yeah. It's look, and I'll say this on record to the 5,700 viewers: Tim Duckworth's mustache was strong as hell.
Absolutely.
I'll give it to him.
Inspiring. Very inspiring.
Stuff. My mustache needs some work. I am trying to go stash these days. I've been getting mixed reviews.
Oh, I like it.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm a big proponent
have
of
to say
facial hair. I'm a big proponent. I'm trying to grow a mullet, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, no, I could tell.
It's coming through slowly.
Yeah.
I have thin hair.
Very slowly. Well, I just got a hair transplant 7 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so no wonder you have no money for the triple draw.
Exactly. Exactly. But I have a lot of hair. So, anyway. Back to the poker.
I see the long game here.
Yeah. Let's have your dad raises to 420. Sick.
I think that TV Dot's reader might be off just slightly, but I guess we'll play a little bit of
the Jack Link's whole card,
exactly, yeah.
hidden card from back in the day.
Queen 6-5, rainbow flop here. Strelitz with Ace 4, calling the raise from the big blind. Excuse me. That TV Dot, who we have seen be aggressive. I haven't really seen him slow down in any spot.
I think he's going to be at 500. I think he's going to bet 200. That's one big blind here. Strelitz is probably just going to fold this, but he can also, you know, he would call any 6, any 5, any kind of straight draw, backdoor, double backdoors here, but I don't think this is enough to just flat. Now raising.
Tight fold.
Tight fold, he said. Yeah.
But that's the thing with the TV Dot. If you're at this table right now, you must know that this man is going to fire. So it makes sense to perhaps take a few more stabs to see some flops, because if you hit, there's a likely chance you're going to get 2 streets of value out of him, because we've seen him be very aggressive.
Wow, Remko.
Should
we switch jobs?
Is that a correct assessment?
Yeah, sure.
There we go.
Sure.
I'm learning.
I'm shaking my head. You can't see it. Don't let Remko act like he doesn't know what he's talking about. He does. Christy says Chidwick's mustache is pretty amazing. Man, it really is. The Chidwick kind of like curly mustache.
Oh, yeah.
It's strong. It's strong. He's playing into his kind of like...
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, sure, right.
He needs a trench coat.
When did the down bet become a thing? Seems like it has been happening more over the past year, Russell. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of flops where people are just betting one big blind, and the reason you're going to see it is because there's really no difference in betting one big blind or more than that. You're accomplishing the same thing. You're getting a lot of auto folds on boards where it's a big advantage for you in your range. So by betting more, if they're going to have the same auto folds betting one big blind versus 2 big blinds, no point to bet more. And that's also why you see mostly people raise just to min pre-flop as opposed to 2.5 or 3x, because you're kind of accomplishing the same thing. And so that down bet, you know, say, for example, button opens and it comes ace-6 deuce and the big blind defends, the button is just going to bet super small because that's just so good for the button, and the big blind can't continue very often, right? So.
To what I just said about a TV Dot being a warrior. He is even
Queen Deuce is
considering
warrior
heirs.
shit. Yeah.
Exactly. Funny Russell saying, "Oh, we're gonna go to war." Earlier, Davidson defending with Queen 3. The TV Dot is going to add some extra on top of that, doing it with Queen Deuce. Button versus big blind. 10, 6, 7. Now I wonder whether the TV Dot is doing this with a plan, not perhaps looking to just call to flop something, which with Queen Deuce is extremely difficult. So now Davidson, of course, top pair, top kicker, is going to likely continue here.
Oh, yeah. Easy continue for Davidson. But also a board where Nativi Dodd's going to have a lot of check raises. So it's interesting. This would not be the hand I would choose to make a check raise since you have 0 equity, but It's a good board for Natividad to represent something. And you see let it go. Yeah, again, the problem with the queen deuce hand right there is like, what's your ideal flop?
Right, exactly.
You know, if it comes, I don't know, queen 9-4, you lose to every other queen, and there are plenty of them. You know, if it comes queen deuce ace, you still lose to some queen x2 and some ace deuce, etc. You don't really have much connection there. But again, he's got almost 100 bigs. Like, he can defend super wide, show that he's not going to be pushed around, and show that he's going to defend his big blind nearly 100%, which is also a good thing for his image, probably.
UTH?
Yeah, I mean,
The only thing is,
jump
it's not
off a
lighting
bridge
up.
if you got a 7-card special.
It's supposed to light up
Yeah.
octopi. It's not lighting up.
That is deoxyribo Strelitz. Ideal flop, queen deuce deuce. Yes, that's, yes.
Strelitz, by the way, who in his bio wrote down that he is a stay-at-home dad.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to stay-at-home dads.
Shout out.
I know I would. If I normally play the bonus and I don't, and I hit it, I would have jumped off the bridge.
Probably talking about PokerGO or something. Yeah, come on. Don't play PokerGO or UTH if you're not going to play the progressive bonus. Because if you do hit your 7-card straight flush,
my
you got to
God.
jump off a bridge.
See, I don't gamble a lot, but when I do, we got to play all the worst equity games because what if you hit it?
Yeah, 100%. Look, they're going to get me for the $5 or the $2 every time. Like, that's why I don't gamble too often as well, because I know they're always going to get me.
As Ren Lin says, gamble too much.
Gamble too much.
Also,
no, then you got to slap your hand.
Exactly, got to slap the hand. Yeah, fold the heads up. Fold the heads up.
Fold the heads up.
Ausmus raising it up with king, queen, offsuit, 425. Natividad, who is a warrior, as we have seen, is going to fight back here with a 3-bet, which could make for some interesting situations here.
Yeah, so we got to see Danny's hand first here because he hasn't folded yet. What do we got, Danny? Ooh, okay. Cold Vorbet seems ambitious, but I don't hate it.
Sepiol in the big blind.
Yeah.
Throwing ace-10 suited into the muck.
So king queen off here for Jeremy. This is a hand where normally this is sort of one of the best hands that you're opening from earlier positions that you're going to fold to a 3-bet. Because, again, you got to think about the types of hands that are 3-betting you and not wanting to be in a dominated spot. But against the chip leader, against a very aggressive player, being in position against him to a 3x 3-bet, you know, I would generally, you're going to see a much bigger 3-bet from the small blind here. Like, if he makes it 1.7, I think this is an easy fold. But it might peel here, only being 3x. Or you might see him 4-bet.
Ausmus.
He decides to let it go. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most likely outcome. And good play by Natividad. Yeah.
Wow, I'm so impressed with how he's playing. Like, he's just totally willing to play, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
Like when you have 16 million chips, of course you've earned them in some capacity. So of course he has a style that allows him to become the chip leader. But there's also something to be said for the fact that sometimes when you see a chip leader get a hold of a lot of chips, they'll try to coast and, you know, to quote Ren Lin again, fold the heads up. You know, you
fold the heads up.
You want to get those pay jumps.
Yeah, sure. Look, Jeremy cares about winning more than anything for sure, but flatting king queen off to a 3-bet over and over is not a winning play. And just like that, Jeremy is in last place with 25 bigs though.
Right.
So still plenty of play. I think we're gonna lock in here.
I mean, this is a phenomenal final table with the way the stack sizes are,
Oh, yeah.
the way the players are battling.
I'm pumped.
This is a great way to spend a Sunday night. By the way, shout out to everyone in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from. It's Sunday night in Las Vegas. It's closing in on 8 p.m. local time here, which, of course, in the world of poker is basically like mid-morning. You know, we still got a long way ahead of us to get down to a winner. Love to hear where you all are tuned in from.
Shout out to Donnie Peters getting sick so I could be here with you fine folks tonight. Hope you're feeling better, but also, you know, no rush.
Maybe Ben Ludlow was responsible for the poisoned well.
I mean, I have been known to sabotage.
Strelitz and Ausmus here, going head-to-head. Strelitz raising it up with king 6 of spades. Ausmus defending the big line with 10-6. And we got 6, 7, 8 on the flop. That's decent for Ausmus as well.
Choose NBA ace-10 suited, not a good enough hand to jam there. No, it certainly could be, but again, you have to remember, with 2 ranges by these guys that are uncapped, right? The small blind 3-betting range and Jeremy's opening range from being under the gun in this case, which is the hijack, I guess. But ace-10 of clubs it performs very, very well, but when it's a bet and a 3-bet in front of you, it's like, again, these are those spots where you don't have a ton of flats behind cold when someone 3-bets. So do you want to 4-bet jam ace-10 suited with this many chips and just sort of run into it and be out, or do you want to wait for a better spot? So could it be good enough to 4-bet jam? Absolutely. Can you make a royal flush? Absolutely. But you got to remember the types of hands you're going to be up against and the overall range you're going to be up against. You know, in that scenario, we see that, of course, it would have worked. But it could be 2 really, really strong hands, and despite having an ace in your hand, you know, you could run into ace-king and ace-queen a lot. So,
meanwhile, this flop hand has been checked down to the river between Strelitz and Ausmus. Strelitz with the check mark here as his pair of 6s is best, but Ausmus is going to bet. Looks like 650 perhaps?
yeah, and so this is a 4-liner straight to the board here. So Strelitz has to be really suspect, even if he had like a top pair here, because Jeremy from the big blind is going to have the most 4s and 9s that are going to make the straight here and would be playing them exactly this way. So for Strelitz to look him up here would be pretty light, I would think. Jeremy is, of course, turning, you know, hands with 5s and 8s and others into bluffs, but I don't know if this is enough to look him up with. He could also, I mean, as we see, it's close. Jeremy's almost bluffing with the best hand, too, right? He's got a 10, which sort of blocks some of those 9-10-y combos that make, like, the high end of the straight. So that's a good card to have. And a 6 that kind of has some, you know, relationship with the board, too, in his bottom pair.
Anything good yet?
But this just doesn't seem like a good bluff catcher
Oh, thanks.
if I'm Strelitz.
You too. Hey. I don't say anything.
Then again, if he calls, he's going to win.
What? What's that one?
Raising's also an idea. You could put in a small raise. No.
All right, and Strelitz is going to let it go.
Yeah, I think
Ausmus.
that's the right fold.
I switched what I had in my head, and on the river after I bet, I remembered what I actually had.
What?
That was so crazy. I swear to God, that was fucking so weird.
Would you have played it differently?
Yeah.
So is it gonna look funny?
Yeah, it's gonna look funny.
It did. I mean, it
Were
did
you
look
bluffing
funny.
when you were accidentally value betting, or value betting when you accidentally
Yes.
bluffing?
If you didn't have a pair, how'd you beat?
Pair.
Oh fuck, I might have bluffed you. That was
That's
so
awesome.
insane. I thought I had a straight on the river, and then I was like, hold second.
Well,
Hold on a
I
second.
don't have a straight.
I'm counting that as a good fold if you thought you had a straight bet. So.
That's what I thought I had.
Yeah. Okay.
That was so,
I mean, so I think Jeremy's saying with a 6, like
dreams about
10-6,
yeah.
like that is
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. Obviously, I'm never going to question this guy, but he thought he had a straight.
It was so whack.
Wait, 400.
I was like rooting for that to come in, and then and I just was like thought I had it the whole time.
There you go. Even the greats misreading their hand sometime. It makes me remember when Phil Ivey folded a flush, like 16 left in the main event,
Oh my God.
and like forgot that he had a flush.
That made it into our top 100 hands in WSB history.
Oh, wow.
By the way, if you haven't watched that yet, you got to check it out. It's on our YouTube channel. It is the World Series Poker top 100 hands of all time.
Oh, that's sick.
If you disagree with the list, you can yell at me.
What's number 1?
Well, what would you put at number 1? Let me ask you that.
Probably Affleck losing to Duhamel.
That's
oh,
number
no.
two. That's number
okay.
2.
Oh, it's got to be.
I could have the best hand.
Oh, well, maybe when Chris Moneymaker bluffs.
That's Farhad. The Farhad bluff is number 1.
Okay, that's wow. Good. Look at that.
Very good.
My first 2
Ben.
guesses were 1 and 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to me, bro.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah, so if you haven't missed that, we put them out into chunks of 10 hands, so from 100 down to 1. But we also put a 5-hour mega compilation. So if you have friends over at the house, just throw it on the big screen. You have the top 100 WSB hands of all time, and then you guys at home can disagree about the order in which we put those, but so many
See
amazing
what
hands.
you did, Chad?
You could do a power hour where every new hand you have to drink.
Yeah, exactly. Every time someone makes a flush.
Every time it makes flush, sure.
All right, Sepiol.
Every time Norman Long go, oh! Sepiol counting on a 3-bet here.
Yep. Natividad, King Jack comes in for the race. Sepiol in position. 3 bets with King Queen off.
1,120,000.
Action folds back around to the initial raiser. The 3 bet was to 1.12 million.
And this is not to belabor this point, but you see why King Jack here doesn't play great as a call once you get 3-bet, right? All these types of hands are dominating you. It's really hard to know where you're at, even if Kings and Jacks come. But he's in. Oh no, he's not in position. I was gonna say, but he's in position. No, but he has a lot of chips. That's what I meant to say.
Having seen Natividad's playing style, shoving would not surprise me.
I mean, that would be. I will bow down to you, the television right here in our booth, if he does it. No, look, he's acting. He's out.
I'm just always rooting for maximum drama.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would love to see it, but Natividad knows what he's doing.
I'm hoping I got
I love that we sparked up some conversation about the top 100 hands of all time. Seeing lots of hands discussed in there that are actually in the top 100. Of course, ASG says my favorite is Bye Bye to JRB. That's definitely in there. The Carter Gill hand is also in there.
Oh, the Carter Gill.
Jack Uri, the 100-year-old man who slow rolls.
With the boat. Boat over boat, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Quads over boat or something.
Yeah, there's so many good
maybe
hands.
the grinder Ace from Space.
Yep.
Ace from Space and gets there.
That's also in there. It's also a great hand.
The 5-bet shove with A7 off by Joe Chong.
That's in the top 10.
Into kings, right?
Yep.
Or queens.
And also the Filippo Candio dance.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, that's also fantastic. I wonder how many hands, Ben, do you think at the end of this summer, including the main events, will make it into the top 100 if we were to run it back next year? Like, I feel like every year there's a probably a good number.
2. I mean, we found one, right? We have the straight flush.
Yep, Eric Seidel getting rivered.
All right, let's pay attention here. So we see a limp from Strelitz here with an ace queen, looking to limp re-raise or limp jam off 30 bigs. Rule of thumb is you're almost never folding 2 Broadway cards, blind versus blind. Obviously, that is way oversimplifying it, but he is not limping to fold or to call. I think he is limping to limp raise. And Queen 10 plays as a great check back here because you can flop a ton of equity and you don't want to get blown off your hand. And as you can see, he flopped the open ender here. You calling, it's all over, baby. Scotty went. Yeah, I mean, jeez. Now I had no idea you guys did this. I'm a bad supporter. I gotta go.
Well, you gotta sweat it now from 100 down.
Oh,
to 1.
You don't think I'm gonna go home and immediately do that tonight? Come on. Strelitz way too much hand to fold here. Boom, hits his ace on the turn. 2 overs to the board, blocking the open ender. Easy flat here. Hits the ace. Well, interesting to see if Nativ. Yeah, great check back here. Great check back here. Take the equity to the dome, and he gets there. I mean, I think Strelitz, he's got to think he's in pretty good shape here. I don't think he's going to bet too big, though. I mean, it's still a hand where it's pretty vulnerable. Obviously, diamonds get there.
What's the score?
Queen 10 gets there. Now, of course, Strelitz is going to go for value. The question is, how much is Natividad going to raise?
Yeah, 1 9 of 10s, yeah.
A lot. Strelitz might go for like 300. Oh, he's going big. Wow. Goes full pot. Holy moly.
Wow. So, $1 million here from Strelitz. Natividad shoving?
Yeah, I mean, with the queen of diamonds in your hand, it feels like it certainly could. Some people saying he should be checking here. Yeah.
What is Strelitz targeting here to get value from? Weaker aces?
Yeah, but he checked back the turn, so
Right,
I don't
so
think he's
it's
checking back the turn with an ace. Maybe a 9, or like maybe making his hand look like a bluff, like he's trying to get a jack or a 9 to fold. Does Natividad know he has a straight? He was kind of doing some acting.
Natividad putting together the raise here.
What?
3.3.
Yeah.
Makes it 3.3 million. Pressure now on Daniel Strelitz with ace-queen.
Yeah. I mean, when you bet, okay, the one thing that I will say about betting this big with Strelitz here is when you get raised, it looks incredibly strong.
It does.
I mean, but look, Queen of Diamonds is maybe the best bluff card to have. If you don't already have something, it's also one of the best cards to have just because you make straights and flushes. But, man, he could do this with just the naked Queen of Diamonds for sure. Take a stab, check back the turn, and then just go for it on the river here. Because you just have like the ultimate card that makes every nutted hand. Strelitz blocking the straight though, so is he thinking, is he really going for value like this with 2 pair? Is it a flush? Like obviously he's got 2 black cards, so all the flush possibilities. And there are a ton of hands where like you could have backdoor diamonds, bet on the flop, check back when you make your flush draw on the turn, and just realize your equity on the river. I think this is a fold though.
Yeah, the question Strelitz is asking himself, what kind of bluffs does Natividad have here? And the fact that Strelitz doesn't have any diamonds is hurting him.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of this exact run out and scenario for Natividad is he has
the bluff card.
He has the bluff card. Yeah. He has the most important card in this hand, the Queen of Diamonds. He just happens to have the 10 also. Yeah, and it's a tough spot. I mean, I think, again, the saving grace for betting this big is that it will be easier for him to fold because it is just so strong once it goes pot 3x raise. You know, Strelitz also limping and it getting checked back has all of the aces, all of the kings. Like you do limp a lot of strong hands in your range here. So in theory, he could limp ace king, he could limp ace jack. Yeah, it's just like it's just an incredibly strong raise by Natividad on the river here.
No time banks or action clock, shot clock, whatever you want to call it, in this tournament. So Strelitz can take his time until someone calls the clock on him.
And I promise you, he's not. He's taking exactly as much time as he needs. Like Strelitz is known for being a fast, good player.
I'm undecided.
The light, the ground is hot, and I sit on my leg so to prop me up a little because I be like this. I just seem to call it because you got this fucking much lip, dude. It's hard as fuck.
I'd love to hear him talk more about his thought process. It is Natividad. He's the big stack. He's man.
I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't.
Strelitz in the proverbial blender, as they call it.
Yeah, I mean, he could play like...
It might be like, it'd be a really bad call. It might be really bad. Relax.
Strelitz already talking as if he's mentally made the call already.
Yeah.
It's hard to come back from that when you already vocalize it like that.
Look, and I think there's another piece of this. Maybe our viewers don't know Danny Strelitz that closely, but he has always had a reputation as being one of the most aggressive players in No Limit tournaments. and this is a reputation that's been around for 10 years. So that being said, adds a dynamic to this. Where Natividad, yeah, great fold. Really, 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 really classy fold. And I think, you know, I was surprised to see him bet that big on the river, but like we said, if you bet that big and you get raised, you have to know that, like, you know, you're putting a queen of diamonds in a tough spot to, like, okay, if they're betting pot here, am I really getting that many hands to fold if you're bluffing? So I love to see it. Yeah.
Looks like we're coloring up a little bit at the final table. We're going to be here until a winner is crowned.
But yeah, just to finish that point, Strelitz is a super aggressive player. So you may see him get bluffed more often than the average player just due to the fact that he's got that reputation. And Natividad knows that. Like, you know, he's done his research. He's an aggressive player too. But two aggressive players clashing, anything can happen.
All right, action continues here at the final table. My name is Remko Rinkema. Ben Ludlow alongside me here as we provide you coverage of the final table of the $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Shootout.
Yeah. Also,
a quick reminder here, we have a promo code for PokerGO subscriptions, $20 off the annual sub if you use promo code WSOP24YT. It is our best offer right now, $20 off the annual sub. We have 7 straight days of live streaming exclusively on PokerGO starting tomorrow, so you don't want to miss out. Back-to-back days of 25K high roller coverage starting tomorrow. Maybe we'll get some Ivy, Helmut Negranu.
Maybe.
We never know which stars come out for that one, as Ausmus here raises it up with Queen 8 of diamonds.
Also, if you want a discount on your PokerGO subscription, if you just Venmo at Ben-Ludlow, $50, and just say it's for coffee, I'll email you. And we'll get it set up.
See, Ben is trying to get into that 10K triple draw event.
Yeah, I am.
By any means necessary. Natividad, ace queen suited in the small blind. He's going to 3-bet.
1.6.
There it is. I like the sizing here.
I love it. I think you need to be going really big with your 3-bets from the small blind out of position. You're disincentivizing things to call, right? So if someone can call in position, you better make it bigger so that they call with less. Because if you just go 2x or 2.5x or something, they can call very wide and play perfectly in position against your range, even if it's really strong. A lot of people saying that was an easy fold after the raise. You know, it's easy when we can see the cards. It's easy when we can see the cards.
I'm really good at gauging what people should do.
Yeah, when I can see all the other cards, for sure.
Final 5 players guaranteed $81,000, 305 up top. So terrific payday already for these players. If you're a regular of our shows, you know that we work with a dynamic delay. So whenever these players go on break, we cut out the break and we fast forward via some time travel, which allows you to have the best viewing experience. All we ask for is that you like the video. Today's goal, 1,000 likes on the video. We're closing in on 800, so we're right on track.
I'll like it right now.
It's barely 30 minutes.
Does that count if I like it?
Yeah, of course. Every little bit helps.
Someone's going to have to teach me how to like a video.
Strelitz and Ausmus here going head-to-head.
I did just participate in the chat. Someone will have to tell me later.
Benjamin Ludlow in the chat.
Sup?
Add as moderator.
Wow.
Boom.
Just so you know, I'm going to ban all of you. Just kidding.
Jack 10-6 on the flop. King of hearts on the turn. We don't have Strelitz cards on the reader yet. But Ausmus has Queen 8 offsuit.
Where does it say 5? Oh, it says it right on.
Jeremy with an open ender here. Gets to see all 5. I believe that's straight.
Correct. Ausmus hits straight on the river. Let's see if he can get some value here after this hand got checked down all the way.
Now, do you get extra for being a 6-card straight? Is there a bonus?
You should. You should. Yeah. The dealer should have like extra chips.
Yeah.
To give you.
Imagine. We can do like a UTH tournament or something where you.
We should do bonus poker.
Hell yeah.
Where you
Like a video poker tournament, but like this.
like a
you get quads.
like a
with
regular
kicker.
tournament with like a little light up button where you have to pay the bonus.
Yeah. I like that. And you don't have to pay the bonus.
No, you don't have to.
No.
But the bonus also comes out of your own stack.
One big blind's bonus
yeah.
every hand.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be so fun.
That'd be awesome.
Did we just invent a new format?
Did we just become best friends? Yeah. Jeremy thinking about what to do here.
I'm just cursing up a storm.
Oh no, you're good.
The problem with this is betting enough that you could get value in a 4-liner here. Yeah. So he goes for 400. Be nice to see what Strelitz has, but again, we saw this scenario earlier where Jeremy was bluffing with a pair on a 4-liner. Again, like he's got more 9s, he's got some queens. This is a little bit different because it's a much higher straight, so Strelitz has plenty of queens, plenty of ace-queen, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, it's still scary when there's a 4-liner out there. Oh yeah, 3 pairs too. I agree. 3 pairs should be worth more than 2. Not as much as 3 of a kind, but. Oh, coming for the raise here.
Oh boy. Might see some real blood here as Strelitz
And I
raising
mean,
it up.
Jeremy just gonna snap call. There's no, you can't raise again. He just easy call. Chop it up.
Chop it up. Both
Queen
players
10.
with a queen. Strelitz and Ausmus are going to chop this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
No blood.
Boo.
Remko's beside himself that there wasn't max carnage there.
There should be no chops. If a chop happens, there should be rock, paper, scissors for who gets the pot.
What should Strelitz do if he has ace-queen? Well, raise. That's for sure. I think you'd raise bigger, though, because I think Jeremy's leading a straight so often, and it's just going to be a flip in the call.
All right, players, as you can see, on a short little break here, but we're going to time travel. As you can see, people are moving really fast. This is the time travel that we have to offer you. We are not going on a break. This is just a little bit of a intermission here before play resumes. We're still 5-handed at the final table of this $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Shootout. My name is Remko Rinkema. Ben Ludlow alongside me to provide coverage until we are down to a winner in this event. Let me quickly remind you. And there we are. Boom. Time travel done. Producer Aiden making it happen.
I just want to say it's unfair that they get a break and we don't.
Right. It is unfair. It is unfair.
You know, I'm going to talk to my union rep about this. Patrick, just to finish that point we were talking about sizing, because of how many straights that Jeremy's going to just lead with, or queen X and just snap call, I think you go pretty big with ace queen there. Strelitz all in. What position is he in?
Strelitz is under the gun.
Under the gun and just ripped it in with 4s. Wow. Okay.
First hand back from break. Blinds now 125, 250 with the 250 big blind ante.
Boom.
Price of poker going up.
You're going to see a lot of big overshoves and pushes of equity with small pairs like that because they play so poorly post-flop. But you have a pair, and you just get to fold out a ton of stuff all the time. So you're going to see lots of big shoves with hands like that.
Hey, can we get
Robert Silverman says, commentator's putting me to sleep. Good night, sir. Good night. I'm glad we can provide that ASMR type content.
This is the shootout final table. I hope you're all enjoying this. Good night, Mr. Silverman. Sleep well.
You had a good run, man. It's all right.
All right, lots of money on the line here, 305,000. Ben, I have a feeling that this current level might generate some actual action. 250K is a hefty price for the big blind. There's lots to fight for.
Hasn't been enough action for Remko yet.
No, I just think this level might be the one.
Yeah. This is a big jump. You are seeing a 25% increase in the big blind. That is huge. So now our biggest stack, Natividad, has what, 60 bigs? Something like that? No, more? Yeah, almost 80 bigs.
You're still in your ASMR.
Almost 80 big blinds.
How many viewers would we have left if we whispered for a whole level? Probably not many.
Well, we lost like 4,400 viewers when I started ASMRing. So
damn. All right,
come back.
Ben's
please.
fired. The TV dot with 6s makes it 525. Davidson with king 9 of spades. Gave it some thought here. Tosses it in the muck. And TV dot gets to take this one down. By the way, TV dot has maintained his chip lead from the hand number 1 at this final table, still on top, still continuing to extend his chip lead. Very impressive showing so far. Now, Strelitz, Davidson, and Ausmus all trending down as Sepiol is second in chips?
Are those purples 500Ks or millions?
Great question.
I think 500Ks because there's a lot of them. ASMR for a whole level has been requested. I don't think I can.
Yeah, I thought it was hot. It was beeping.
Couple
I
of
used to
ladies
hate the
for
1500
Mr.
shootout
Dapper
too.
Dan Sepiol.
I used to hate this tournament, and then like it now.
Oh,
Wow.
really?
Strelitz talking shit
This is
about
my
the
second
shootout format.
time.
We will not accept that, Mr. Strelitz.
Thank you.
That's when I got.
Oh, baby. Here's your action.
Whoa.
It was like 8 or 9 years ago.
I wonder what's going to happen here, folks. Are we going to play a flip for second in chips?
I think it's leaning that
I
way.
think so. This goes without saying, folks, but Ace-King is a hand that wants to put as much money in as quickly as possible. There's no flatting this to raises. You get it in. Now, he's just thinking about 3-betting versus jamming, and it's going to be a 3-bet. He's pretty deep here, 25 bigs deep. This is definitely in the range of non-all-in 3-bet. And he's also, we're 5-handed, guys. He's going to 3-bet very wide here. So this is a spot where Danny is going to get folds from a 4-bet. This is just an auto get-in. There's just no, we're going to be playing a huge 10 million chip flip.
Davidson happy to get out of the way, and I believe the...
Oh my
Strelitz finds jacks! Wow.
Imagine Remko being like, we need some action. And then this hand, the second hand after break. Wow.
I swear I did not know this was happening. We have a massive, massive cooler on our
Holy
hands.
crap.
The question now becomes, is there any scenario in which Ausmus can get rid of this if Strelitz moves all in?
If Ausmus folds this, we're no longer friends.
Big, big moment here.
But
for
sure,
Strelitz.
I mean, look, this is a very unique scenario. It's going to go all in,
Wow.
all in, and then Jeremy is, at best, you know, this is the best scenario possible for Jeremy, obviously. So I don't see how he could possibly fold this.
Sepiol getting a count, doing his math, trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. Ausmus will also be wondering the same exact thing. He has 1.1 million already invested here with 3.5 million behind.
Yeah, he might get away, honestly. I think like the consideration here is best possible scenario up against queens and jacks. Most likely scenario up against another ace-king, at least one hand that's kings or aces, and then another hand that he's flipping against. So Sepiol's not going anywhere. He ain't folding here. Strelitz could 4-bet jam 10s, 9s.
Wow, he moves all in.
So I don't know. Jeremy's going to have a decision here. I don't think he folds, though. I think it's...
Wow.
Yeah. He's in the same spot I would be in. I don't know what to do.
We have jacks, queens, and ace-king. Are you not entertained
Again,
watching the World Series of Poker? This is absolutely epic stuff. There is a chance we get a massive 3-way all-in here with 5 players left in this tournament, and the stacks are very similar between these two. But Sepiol has both Strelitz and Ausmus covered here, so if somehow this goes all-in 3-way and queens hold up, we will lose 2 players in one hand. Now, that also, of course, means that both Strelitz and Ausmus could triple up on this hand.
Yeah. And so Jeremy's thinking right now that the best possible scenario he can be in is versus queens and jacks. If it's an ace-queen suited and, you know, jacks, that's much worse, obviously, because it takes away one of his aces. But if he could see the cards, obviously he's snap calling. But most likely he's up against at least one hand that's kings and aces, maybe another ace-king, like we said. I don't know. I don't know the right answer here. I'm sure he does, or we'll get to it, but it's close. People are saying ace-king off's a fold here. ICM for poor people call. I like that. Yep.
Ausmus lets it go.
He's gonna be bummed, but
We got a massive showdown here. Queens versus jacks. Strelitz, tournament life on the line with the inferior pair.
now ace-king suited, he calls.
I want it back.
Yeah, he wants it.
Ausmus wants his cards back.
Can I have it back? There should be one my bad chip per play. You know, no, my bad. I want my hand back. Sorry.
Strelitz grasping at straws, pointing out that his clubs are live.
Yeah.
He, of course, in a world of trouble here, going to the flop.
Just put a queen in the window and Jeremy's happy.
Obviously, but
You know?
it's not. It can't be a great spot. Huh? Well, I mean, all I care about is #1 spot, right?
Yeah.
Waiting for the dealer to put
Yeah,
the
I'm
flop
trying
out there as Sepiol looks to jump up all the way to about 13 million chips.
I don't know.
Here comes the flop. Ace in the window. Jeremy Ausmus would have hit the card that could have tripled him up.
Wow.
Jeremy catching strays.
It's all right. I'm really not.
28K difference for folding. Yeah, Alec, but this is Jeremy Ausmus. He doesn't give a damn about getting anything but first, I don't think.
6 on the turn, and the river card is the 9 of spades, and that will mean the end for Daniel Strelitz. Strelitz eliminated in 5th place, still a nice payday for him. He gets $81,000. The final 4 now guaranteed 109, and Sepiol, for the very first time at this final table,
I don't think I've
a
done
player
that before.
contending with the TV dot for
Playa.
the overall chip lead.
Dapper Dan with all the chips. Yeah, I mean, God, that's so brutal. You knew as soon as he folded ace king he was going to win that flip, right? Like,
I think it's like third today.
the ace was for sure coming.
Yeah. It's like I'm gonna ladder almost every time I fold. Thanks.
Alright,
I mean-
playing with a button. There we go.
I am 125. What do you have now, Dave?
All right, we are down to 4-handed play. Bit of a shift here as Ausmus, after putting 1.1 million in the middle and then folding, now down to 3.5 million, and Davidson on 4.3, also not far ahead. The Natividad versus Sepiol heads up at this point seems almost inevitable.
Well, you say that, and then things happen. But yes, right now they have
I think like
30 million of the 37 in play. More than that.
You say 2 of these and 2 of these? I forget.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, that would make it
And for everyone saying ace king's a bad fold,
2, 4.
don't be so results
It's a bad fold when you see the board.
Yeah. It's a bad fold if you know you're going to win.
4.5, 5 mil.
Yep.
See that?
All right, so the current payout, like I said, 109,000. Third place, 148. So those jumps are getting bigger, especially for Davidson. That could be a huge factor here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's laddered incredibly well today. He's been short throughout. He's kind of gone up and down, and if he could get himself in a spot to maybe get heads up or get third, like that's a huge win for him for sure.
I mean, the current pay jump is about 40,000. That alone pays for a very nice honeymoon.
Yes, I think it pays for a couple of nice honeymoons.
Exactly.
Turks and Caicos and the Maldives are on the table now.
I watched a video about the Mosquito Island, owned by Richard Branson.
Mosquito Island.
Yeah,
What a terrible.
It's spelled with a K, so
Oh. I was gonna say, did he name it that so no one comes?
right. It looks phenomenal. I can never afford that unless I maybe win.
Call it like
a bracelet event.
Yeah. Call it like the Flu Island or something. Broken Leg Island.
You're like 4, right, Jeremy?
5, 6, 7, 8, 3.9 with my big blind.
3?
3.9 total. 2, 3.2.
Sepiol in full business mode, looking to continue chipping up.
Yeah, gonna put him in.
Moves all in to put pressure on Ausmus,
Queen 6 suited doing
who has
pretty
ace
good.
9 of spades,
Yeah.
and Ausmus is going to make the call here. His tournament life will be on the line, but he is the favorite, 61% versus the Queen 6 of Sepiol. But Ben, Sepiol will be all right with this.
Oh yeah, for sure. He'll be fine. This is 2 live cards. This is a 60-40. You know, he gets a fold so much of the time here when he jams from the small. He ain't disappointed.
Davidson, an eager onlooker here. Of course, he would hope to get the three-handed play. And King Jack 4 rolls off the deck. Sepiol picks up a flush draw. As you can see on the screen, 15 outs, of which only 1 has been folded. Turn card coming. It is the Queen of Hearts. And now Sepiol hits a pair, and Ausmus down to just 5 outs. Clubs won't help him. He needs an ace or a 10. It cannot be a club, or else Jeremy Ausmus will be our 4th place finisher. The river is the 4 of spades, and that is it. GG, Mr. Ausmus. No 7th bracelet for him tonight at the World Series of Poker, but still a deep run from Jeremy Ausmus. He collects $109,000 for his 4th place finish, and we are down to the final 3.
GG, Mr. Ausmus. That tough full with ace-king. Obviously, he'll be thinking about what could have been, but he'll go drown his sorrows with a late reg in the 25K.
Sepiol has now eliminated Strelitz and Ausmus and still has not caught up with a TV dot yet.
Wow. But look at Tony Davidson. That honeymoon is getting real fancy real fast.
Can I just put 200 since it's just single? I could just
Tony
single big?
Davidson going up against the 2 giants. Nothing to lose, right, at this point?
No. He loves this spot here. Only upside from here, right?
I mean, yeah, you can't really lose at all if you're in a spot like this.
What just happened?
I'm gonna walk in the solo big blind here.
So, oh, dead small. Got it. Yep, makes sense.
Suited connector.
I had to do 6.
Suited. Yeah. 6, 7, see ace.
He has a natural 8. Natural 8. 2, 3.
If Ray Pulford's out there watching, Tony wants a raise if you want to keep him around.
Deservingly so.
Yeah.
He's showing that he's a contender here with some of the best.
Christy, wait, I leave for 2 minutes and Jeremy busts. How could you, Christy?
This is
I don't want
poker.
to say it's your fault.
This is
but
poker. You can never turn away.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to the chat. We're up to 1,000 likes on the video. Much appreciated. Much love to everyone who's supporting this channel. Make sure to subscribe as well to our YouTube channel. Turn on the post notifications. We have daily highlights on our channel. And, of course, the best hands from the WSOP get posted.
That was a good hand.
That was phenomenal.
I
We've had lots of good hands so far.
Oh, yeah. Lots of very interesting ICM spots. If you want to get better at ICM and tournament considerations, watching back this final table is going to be a great one. A lot of good concepts displayed today.
Quite at a time.
My son needed some cereal. Sorry. Gosh. Christy.
5-5.
I won't look.
How could you?
I had 10-3. Last time I had deuce.
I'm kind of expecting right now
He's so dumb.
to get into a situation where we wait for Davidson to be all in a few times, whether it's called or uncalled. The other 2 players have no real incentive to battle each other.
See all the win gear I got?
That's the win player right there.
Yeah, I know.
Or
See him all the time.
everywhere.
Well, yeah, he plays everywhere, but he plays at win. I see him there.
Sepiol, queen deuce off in the small blind. Davidson, even though he is short, still has some chips to play with.
Jeff Platt. Ausmus finally shows up at the WSOP, then folds an ace and a king SMH. I know. Especially bad fold if you know the ace is coming on the flop, guys. Deck reads are an important part of the game. Make sure you get your coaching. Great to see Mr. Jeff Platt in the chat. Oh, did the Mavs win? I have no idea. I've been busy watching poker.
The World Series poker is going on. That's far more important.
Someone out there, maybe Jeff Platt. I honestly do not know if the Mavs won. Let us know. Who's your land craps? Alert. We have Martin Cabral and Dan Smith at the same table in the 25K, and they took an Instagram picture together. What is going on here?
Everyone quiet, please. Dan Smith is trying to make it.
Can you guys be quiet?
Ben. Maybe he can hear us from here. We got to be quiet.
Okay, I'm sorry. Love Dan. Love to see Martin out there. I'm all about it. Mavs lose again. Shoot. Sorry, that was not a needle.
Yep.
Davidson paying the massive ante and big blind, now down to 3.5 million. Natividad and Sepiol now virtually tied as Sepiol takes a slight chip lead.
This is our first time that anyone but Natividad's been a chip leader since we've been on air. All right. Got ace-10 here from Natividad in the small after Davidson opens the button.
3.5.
Yeah, ish.
Would be very surprised to see anything but a 3-bet here. Also, if anyone knows what the B on his hat stands for in the chat, please let us know.
Braves?
B for badass. Yeah. With Danny behind, obviously, he can't, do anything too insane. This is a big 3-bet. And Davidson should really just let this one go. Unfortunately, he's in a spot where he's going to just have to let himself get bullied here and there. Queen 10's just not strong enough to make a stand here. You know.
Up there somewhere.
I'm seeing B for Boston, Baltimore Orioles, Brooklyn, and Baja. I don't think any of those are right, but who knows?
He is from Riverside, California. Maybe there's a local softball team.
Maybe.
The Bees.
Good fold for Davidson there. You're going to just, unfortunately, you're just going to have to let these spots happen every now and then. It's okay to fold.
I saw the other floater here too. The one I see talking on
And still has plenty of chips to reshove, to do some creative stuff to build up a stack. He is not out of it by any means. And maybe Natividad and Sepiol will just get aces versus kings, and he'll just sneak into heads up. You never know.
I think we've got some consensus in the chat about this being the new Baltimore Orioles logo for their City Connect jerseys.
Oh, is it B for Ben after Ben Ludlow?
Exactly.
Cool. That's what I thought. B for Baltimore Orioles, hey? Okay.
Here goes Sepiol attacking the big blind, moving only with Jack-10. Oh, and there's the call.
We got a call.
Davidson risking his tournament life. Let's see the cards that he found, and it's Ace-5. All right.
So those graphics are on. We have Jack-10
yes.
Of Sepiol versus the Ace-5 here.
So Jack-10 versus Ace-5, 9-3, not involved in this hand, as you can see on the table when we get a closer up look of the flop. Ace-5 is ahead versus Jack-10, but still needs to fade a lot of cards. Here comes the flop. Queen 7-6, Ace-5 maintains its lead. Ignore what's on the screen. It is Jack-10 versus Ace-5. Natividad not in this hand. It is Sepiol versus Davidson. Davidson's tournament life on the line. The turn is the 7 of spades. Davidson only needs to fade a Jack or a 10 to get that double up he so much desires. River card is the 8 of spades, and Ace-5 holds up. Davidson with a big double up. He now on 6 million. He's back in the game.
2.8 million.
Yeah, and just to remind the chat, the 9-3 graphic there was wrong. That was Jack-10 from Sepiol in the small blind.
I think it also means our chip counts are slightly scrambled right now as those chips were deducted from Natividad's stack. So keep in mind that Sepiol now on 15 million. Natividad is our chip leader with 17-ish million.
But what's important is Davidson is very much back in the mix now.
Oh, yeah.
One more double up through any player, and he's tied for second.
And he's got all that fold equity right now.
For sure. Yeah, yeah.
A lot more power in that stack being at 6 million.
500. Great.
Sepiol with the raise. Now TV Dot now with ace-4.
That's nice and light though. It's them.
Yes, Platt. Tony from the win. Tony from the win.
I think Jeff Platt got 4th ones in a World Series poker event.
That can't be right.
He asked me if I wanted that one. I said no, I want the.
Well, it was the 1K double stack too, and they discontinued it immediately after because it was like, I mean, if anyone can win this, jeez.
There was no prestige left in that event. And a TV Dot with a 3-bet to 1.8 million. Sepiol now with 8-6 suited.
Yeah, I've really been impressed with the Tividad. He's played great. No fear. Rock and roll.
Wow, the beat 10.
Such a pretty game.
All right, so we decided it's a Baltimore Orioles hat, right? I can see it. It's a little kind of like bird-shaped B, too.
A bird-shaped B?
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, never mind. Oriole's a bird, right?
I believe it is, yeah. I love how I said a bird-shaped B.
Look, don't worry about what's going on in my head, guys.
Very creative. Davidson, queen 3. Earlier we saw him defend with the queen 3 offsuit. I'm a much bigger fan of raising the button with the queen 3 suited.
Yeah, 100%. And Tividad showing that he hates the fold.
Finds the discipline there to let it go. Sepiol with 6s will not let this go. Now, are we playing flops here often, or are we just are we 3-betting? This is where.
So a smaller pair, I think you'd for sure see. Well, here we go. There's your answer.
Wow. Just dropping the hammer on his head.
Yeah. Again, these small pairs play great as jams from the big blind because you're flipping against a lot of stuff, so you're never in that bad of shape unless you're, you know, dominated in the rare case where they have an overpair. And you just get a ton of folds. You know, you get to push your equity very quick. These are hands that as soon as you see a flop lose a lot of their value.
Yeah.
So he has a lot more value to jam here as opposed to try and set mine or flop something from the big blind. Christy, Ludlow's brain might be fun to visit, but wouldn't want to live there. All right.
That's it.
Thanks.
Davidson lets it go. Sepiol picks up the pot.
A little Hollywooding there with the queen 3 suited, but, you know, he's earned that right.
Oh, absolutely. 3-handed for a World Series poker bracelet.
Yeah. Give the man his 10, 15 seconds. All good.
Got to keep him honest.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in for the first time, 3-handed play, $1,500 No Limit Hold'em Shootout, $305,000 up top for the winner. Final 3 guaranteed $148,000. Now, TV Dot has been chip leader for most of this final table. Sepiol has made a late surge, knocking out 2 of the most accomplished players at this table, Daniel Strelitz and Jeremy Ausmus.
Wow, that Ausmus hand is crazy.
Bet 250.
Ace-8 Jack on the flop here. Mystery cards for Davidson, and he tosses them into the muck. Still working through some graphics issues here. The TV Dot's chip count still needs updating. He was not the one to double up Davidson
It's a big pot. They got
just a while back. Since we are working with a longer delay, sometimes fixes can take a little bit longer to take hold.
What's most important is that Sepiol and Tividad have all the chips, and Davidson is just out there battling.
Exactly.
Already got that first double up, though. Got some momentum. Got his friends on the rail. Living the dream.
Yeah, don't raise me yet.
All right, let's crowdsource some ideas for Davidson's honeymoon. Where's he going with all this extra money now?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, don't say cruise because that's dumb.
No, yeah, come on.
No one should ever go on a cruise.
Well, unless it's the WPT voyage. That was fun.
That's different.
Okay.
That's different.
That's
That's like a cruise with a purpose
Oh, okay. Cruise with
of gambling.
Yeah, yeah. World Series voyage, I'm there.
Sounds great.
WSO boat, World Series of boat.
depart from LA, go to Hawaii,
Yeah.
be on there for like 2 weeks,
I love it.
nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go but grind. Just a bunch of LA grinders on a boat playing cash games.
Better than mine.
Cleveland, okay.
I had 5 high. I had to make sure I wasn't
Tahoe.
like I wasn't pocket fives. Did I look,
Thank you, buddy.
looked at it differently?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, look at this again before I get crazy.
Yeah.
The dynamic between Sepiol and Natividad is going to be interesting now because they could basically be playing a heads-up match with a spectator, but they can never lose track of the fact that that spectator is actually looking to ladder, so they have that in the back of their minds. Could be a bit of a leveling war there as far as the aggression goes, which could make for some interesting hands.
Yeah, I also think, you know, Tony with all the upside and kind of nothing to do but just play aggressively, like, all these guys are going to kind of play for the win now. So I don't think you're going to see much slowdown from anyone. I don't think anyone's going to be afraid to play big pots. Plus, it's three-handed poker. All right, so we got a limp with the Jack-5 here. Usually these suited hands are limp calls.
Sepiol and a TV dot very deep.
Yeah. Not limping this hand to fold.
Raise to 850.
850 is the raise from Sepiol. Now, what kind of hands do you want to limp call with here?
This is a great one.
So you can still comfortably play that out of position?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because the suited nature of it, you know, Jack-5 off maybe is a fold or a raise because, you know, it's a raise fold. But this is one where with a suited combo like this, you want to see a flop, right? So if you can limp and it gets checked back, that's fine. If you limp and you get raised, that's fine. However, this is a pretty big raise too. I mean, 3.5x is sort of the standard. You're going to see 3.5 to 4x in these blind versus blind spots. But yeah, no, I would expect to see a call here for sure. But he's thinking a long time.
At least I made the right there.
All right, maybe a fold on the tight side, but don't hate it. Again, you know, it's hard to know how good a shape you're in with a hand like Jack-5 if you don't flop diamonds, if you don't flop an open-ender, if you don't flop top pair.
Turns out I made the right read when you had aces though.
When I had what?
Aces comes Jack 5-5.
Yeah, 5-5. I had aces.
You either had, or maybe it was him.
It wasn't me.
Premium here, ace queen off for Natividad.
How much you have?
3 in my hand, so 4, 42, 42, 5, 4.
Davidson already has $500,000 invested in this hand.
And Natividad just taking his time, making sure he, you know, understands exactly how much Davidson has, how he's going to react to a raise.
Sepiol happy to sit one out. Action now on Davidson.
And we've seen Davidson, I mean, this is a slam dunk defend, but we've seen him defend very, very wide. We saw him defend the queen deuce off earlier. We know that he likes to play his big blind and that he ain't folding much. This is no question to defend, obviously.
All right, here's the flop. Oh, 9 in the window. A king and a 5 behind it. Davidson outflops Natividad. Now let's see how he's going to play this.
3.75.
Now, Ben, of course, you got to have some confidence here when you flop a 9. Of course, Natividad's range will include kings, but it also include a lot of hands that don't have kings.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's going to continue almost 100% of the time here. But Davidson's still in a tough spot. I mean, he's got 9-8, but he can't get too out of hand. He can't check raise, I don't think. And Natividad decides to check it back. I don't hate it, you know? He's really shown that he understands pot control, that he doesn't want to put himself in spots to get check raised off hands like this. Can still turn, you know, turn backdoor gutter here.
Action
Check,
goes
check again.
Yeah, again, check, check.
Okay.
River is the 9 of clubs.
Wow.
Now trips for Davidson. And again, he checks behind immediately. Davidson hoping for a stab there from the TV dot.
Yeah.
How do you like his river check from Davidson?
I think it's fine. I think basically at this point your best hope is that someone's gonna bluff at it. If he'd had a king or a jack, we would have heard from him. If he'd had a 9, we would have heard from him also. So I think that his best bet to get any value there is to check and hope that TV dot takes a stab. So I think it's played fine by both.
Davidson one double up away from leveling the playing field to a point where it is a true three-handed battle for the win here.
I am curious to see how Davidson plays his small blind spots. With this stack depth, I don't know how experienced he is in studying these kind of spots, how he understands the sizing. I am not surprised to see him play some more limps than maybe either of the other guys would. Obviously, stacks dictate that too, but you know, limping from the small blind and kind of deciding after is more of a conservative strategy that works out if you're not exactly sure what you're doing. But again, this is a very these are very complicated spots with. All right, we see a check back. King 7-4 top pair for Davidson here. And unfortunately for him, Natividad has a whole lot of nothing. Easy pickup. Three-handed premium here for Davidson. Ace-10 on the button. He has not slowed down. Gets it through. All these pickups add up. Again, one double from Davidson through either players, and he's either second in chips or right there. So despite the other two having a big lead, he is that double up early and winning that hand with the 9-8 suited has really put him in a really great spot to be, you know, one big hand away from very much in this thing. Natividad changing his sizing a little bit here, going up to 575. Maybe realizing that he's seen Davidson play almost every single big blind. Doesn't like to fold. So he's going to start sizing up, charge him a little bit extra. Makes a fold here, interesting.
Thank you. You could take this one too, it's an old one, not mine.
What did you tell?
Okay. Yeah, thank you though.
You were just, hold on.
Yeah, I'm small.
Yeah.
Wait.
Now you're button. Now you're
I'm button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he raised your button. You just lost your big button. Yeah.
I'm just trying to recall.
Yeah.
The wheels
Making sure we got the button right. Hands move much faster three-handed. The ladies for Danny here.
Raised to 500.
Queen 4 in the muck, Jack 6 most likely also in the muck. Yep, let's go. That's his hand, though.
Just queens.
Just queens, which he won that massive all-in earlier against Strelitz, and where Jeremy folded the ace-king.
That's it. I think I had one. I think I had queen 4.
You got queen 4?
I think so.
The TV dot here in the small blind. Ace 8 off, of course. A great hand to attack with.
725.
Raise to 725.
Makes it 725 into Sepiol.
Wait on the number. 105.98.
8-4 suited. Sepiol probably going to call here.
What was
See
the
a
line?
flop.
6.5 or what? So, even.
Shout out to everyone in the chat still with us here. Appreciate it. Make sure you like the video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We've got tons of live streaming here during the WSOP and daily highlights as well in case you missed something. King 5, 10 rolls off the deck. Rainbow flop.
$300.
Bet 300.
The TV dot continues here for 300K. Backdoor spades here available for Sepiol. Now, of course, the lingering thought will always be that Davidson, the short stack, is also at this table. It's easy to forget, easy to overlook. Sepiol, however, very much aware. Let's go.
Nice bet, man. Nice bet. Nice bet.
Three-handed play with lots of money on the line, and of course that coveted World Series Poker Gold bracelet. A 148 guaranteed for the final three, 203,000 for the runner-up, and 305 for the eventual winner. So the heads-up battle here will be for more than $100,000. The question is, who will be in that heads-up battle? Can Davidson make a comeback, or is the gap simply too big to overcome? The TV dot, ace 3 off, is going to raise the button.
Raise 575.
Davidson in the big blind, queen 9 off.
You have 7 now, right?
Davidson makes the
3,
call.
I have like 5.
Oh, 5.
Ooh, out of breath from running.
You should not be running. Running is not good for you.
Only cycling.
It's the easiest way to get injured.
True.
Sprain an ankle, bust the knee. Davidson checks to the aggressor, Nativi dot. Hits a 3, decides to check behind.
Check down, let him get to that 9. Just puts Bennon on the flop, he wins.
And again, Davidson and Nativi dot check the hand all the way down to the river.
Yeah. Be a little conservative there from Natividad. You know, strength of your ace checking back there, but you just get so many auto folds on that flop betting.
right. Think.
Taking bets on how long it's going to take them to get to heads up.
Do a lot of work. It's still going to be more than an hour.
It's funny how the action was really quick,
would do it.
hot and heavy, lots of big pots when
Yeah,
we
it's just
got from
keeping it
7
all good.
down to the final 4.
Yeah.
Now that we're 3-handed, a lot of cautious play, massive pay jumps on the line, and of course, lots to lose for all these players as well. So we've seen some more conservative play.
Yeah, we just also haven't seen many clashes of big hands, you know, or spots where a big bluff can be pulled off or something. So this is just part of playing 3-handed.
Yeah, Dynamite is pointing out in the chat, he says he remembers Davidson checking those trip 9s. He's being cautious. Yeah, I think that TV Dot doesn't want to get trapped into a situation where he commits a lot of chips and then runs into a check raise.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. With the ace-queen on the, against the trip 9s there, it made a lot of sense the way he played it. Looks like he's going for a raise here. This is obviously fine. You have a strong hand here. I don't mind just calling here, though. You're going to be way ahead of a lot of the hands that Danny's going to open. You can be dominating another 10. You can be dominating another ace.
Even at a regular unless I'm in those
I think both are fine, but don't mind just defending there either.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Davison now on the button. He's got to be looking at a wide range of hands there to pick up those coveted blinds and antes. Given his stack size, Ben, what's the worst hand you'd be comfortable raising with on the button against these 2 big stacks?
Ooh, quizzing me on charts, huh? I mean, it's many hands. I don't know. It goes down to probably, 7-8 off, 9-8 off, things like that are fine. King, again, we've talked about this a few times on this stream, but things like King Deuce, King 3, obviously you have some strength with your King X there, but you're just dominated so often, even by hands that just defend against you. So avoiding those hands makes a lot of sense on kind of the bottom end. But all Ace X, all of our suited connectors, like 20 bigs is still plenty. And obviously, like, these guys need to play cautiously too. So he doesn't need to tighten up that much. I think a pretty normal 20 big blind button opening range here.
Yeah, it's funny how he has 20 bigs. You know, when you look at it at a glance, you see the other 2 big stacks. You're like, oh man, he's so short. But he's still got plenty of room.
No, yeah, I mean, the big blind just went up to 300. So these guys are 50 bigs effective each or slightly more, and 20. But like we've been saying, 1 double up for Davidson. He's firmly tied for second or in second. So it's getting closer by the minute. And he's done a really good job of hanging around and not letting himself just get folding out of this tournament. I think you see a lot of times, especially as a short stack, playing 3-handed like this or 4-handed or some short-handed scenario, they end up playing so cautiously, waiting for the right spot, not wanting to get too out of line. And Tony's done a really, really good job of putting himself in a position to try and get heads up. So very impressed with how he's done so far.
The TV Dot here flops top pair with 8-7 on 8-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Sepiol makes it 1 million.
Yeah, and we see this is not going to work with top pair here. Again, Sepiol deciding to, take the equity he's got from his deuce here, push it now, get a lot of folds, but he's not folding out an 8, I don't think.
Now, of course, no reason for TV Dot to come back over the top, so he's just going to call, see how Sepiol treats the turn card. Turn is the Jack of clubs. Now, if you're Sepiol, it's just a case of take that one spot and then give up easily, or are you trying to readjust your plan based on this turn card?
That's a good question. I think we're more likely to see a check back here. You kind of take your stab with your deuce there, but this is not a great turn card for him. And again, it's you know, without blocking diamonds, without kind of knowing where you are in this hand, it's sort of like, let's take our stab, and after that, let's try and get to showdown. And I think it's just going to go check here again. I mean, this isn't a great run out for either of these guys, obviously. But Sepiol with a pair, I don't think has enough to turn it into a bluff. The 9 of clubs is an interesting card to have in his hand. You might even see Natividad go small here, but no, he's generally been looking to get to showdown as quickly as possible in some of these spots. Interesting decision for Dan here. Yeah, just going to check it back.
8 is good indeed, and Natividad chips up through Sepiol.
Yeah, and we see it would have worked, but there are also some sort of, you know, hands that connect and make 2 pair there that you're not going to fold out. So just take your deuce to showdown, take your shot on the flop to try and get that fold, and call it a day.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah,
Daniel in the chat asking, is this live in Vegas now? Yes, it is. If you come to the Horseshoe right now, you can stand on the rail and watch this final table live.
You would have doubled.
I can confirm they're out there.
Yeah, Ben just went out there and they're playing, so
They're still there.
it is correct.
You didn't know the 9.
No spoilers, but they're still playing.
Oh, the 9's coming twice already.
Yeah.
Delay is dynamic. I'm not entirely sure how long it is. It's somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes. We start with a longer delay, and then we chop out the breaks to give you guys a better viewing experience. By the way, Blaine, you're getting some love on Twitter for your commentary.
Yeah?
Jamie Kerstetter says you're doing a really good job.
Oh, thank you, Jamie. She's it's going to follow up with some sort of needle, I assume.
Probably like
Yeah.
in a few minutes.
You're doing a really good job for your first time.
Right.
Even though it's not my first time. But thank you, Jamie. Appreciate you.
She emphasized that you are doing a really good job, and now I'm starting to question whether I'm doing a really good job.
I mean, you're doing your job. You're doing a job.
I'm doing a job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So congrats on that. Proud of you.
I appreciate it. Natividad, ace-queen suited. Sepiol tosses the 4-3. Now, the question is, what will Davidson find?
Oh. Yep, this is it.
He moves all in right away. Natividad with the snap call.
Yeah.
And Tony Davidson, tournament life on the line. Ace-10, he's going to need some help. Hearts, some Broadway, or at least a 10 will be the card that can save him here at this final table. We are one clean run out away from being down to heads-up play at this final table.
We did Gaga.
Yeah.
Or we don't need Lady Gaga. We need
you
the whole-
don't blame him for shoving here. Just the hard part is you don't get called by worse too often. So it's a tough spot, but you can't blame him for making the shove here for 20 bigs from the big with ace-10. Such a big pickup if you just get it through.
And ace-7-9 rolls off the deck. 2 diamonds, no help for Davidson. He's looking for a 10 and a 10 only. He's got some backdoor straight possibilities as well, but he's drawing very slim here.
Give him an 8. Let's get a real sweat going.
An 8 for the sweat would be fun.
8 for the sweat, why not?
12.6 million in the middle. This is absolutely massive. Here comes a turn card. It is the 6 of spades. Now, he has the 8 as an out to make a straight. So a 10 or an 8 or Davidson's event will end here in 3rd place. Huge river card coming up. It's the deuce of spades, and that is it. Tony Davidson eliminated in 3rd place. He takes home $148,000. Excellent showing by him. And we'll go heads up between the 2 men who have dominated this final table. Natividad versus Sepiol kicking off in just a few seconds. Get set for a fun heads-up battle. $203,000 guaranteed for the final 2 players. $305,000 up for grabs for the winner. And, of course, that coveted World Series of Poker gold bracelet. And here it is. A little flash forward, a little time travel. As we mentioned, Natividad here with a sizable chip lead over Sepiol, as cards are in the air right now for the heads-up portion of this tournament. If you're with us here on the YouTube feed, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're closing in on the conclusion of this event. And Ben, there's some additional bonus money on the line here for Sepiol.
Oh my God, sweating this hard. Sepiol is one of the 38 or so members of our 1K non-bracelet winner pool. And if he wins, he will get himself an extra $38,000 from the community. So good luck to Danny, but not too good of luck because I'm one of those people.
Really fun side action there.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
This is the first real sweat the bet has had, right?
I think so. Yeah. Well, I'm shocked that Asher Kniff wasn't in the pool. Everyone was texting me after that, like, "Oh my God, I can't believe Asher didn't enter," and he was bummed about it too. But yeah, this is the biggest sweat for sure in the pool. We knew it would happen.
All right, first hand here, and TV Dot finds pocket queens.
And obviously, Danny only won $5 million in December, so he really needs it.
Yeah,
too.
he really needs it badly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and unlucky for Natividad here, Danny just doesn't have anything. He's going to fold it out. Maybe a little bit of balance here from Danny just to show that he's not, auto-folding everything here.
Andrew McMillan asking, what is the 1K pool? Well, a bunch of poker players who have never won a World Series of Poker bracelet all put up $1,000 for the player to win a bracelet to receive that entire prize pool. So 37, you said? 38?
Yeah, 37 or 38. The first person to win a bracelet gets it all. And we were saying that maybe what we would do if no one won was to roll it over and to do a main event last longer, which would be fun.
That is great.
But, yeah, really good sweat here for Danny. So it's 300K up top, but 338 or whatever it is for Danny.
Main event last longer, must cash?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess. I would have to be.
It has to be.
Imagine if we had 38 of really good professional tournament players and no one cashed. If I made it to late day 2, I win.
You just reg on day 2 and you're just like
down
to 4 people.
Yeah, there you go. Good call. I forgot about reg day 2. So heads up will be interesting. I'm curious to see how much limping there is, sizings that kind of are chosen in flow. You saw Danny open to 2.5x to start there, or more actually. Sorry, right? He made it 750 at 300. So yeah, very interested to see. Yeah, 2.5. I'm very interested to see kind of Natividad's strategy versus Danny's. And you got to remember, both these guys just won heads-up matches, 2 heads-up matches in a row the last 2 days.
Right.
So it's not like this is their first heads-up play in a while. Obviously, Danny has won a bunch of tournaments in the last couple years, so he's no stranger to it. But both of them won matches in the last 2 days. So they've been playing some heads-up. I'm sure they came in feeling plenty comfortable with this format.
And as we've seen at this final table, both players very much willing and able to apply the pressure. Natividad has impressed me a lot. I was not familiar with his game. Now that I am, I will say that I will always look for him in chip counts because I know this guy can get it done. Seppiel, of course, has had that reputation for quite a while.
Interesting decision here for him with the bottom end of the open-ender. Probably just going to let it go, I think. You don't want to put yourself in a spot to make the straight and then get beat. Not enough. Natividad's 2-pair takes it down.
This event had 1,534 total players. And there it is, the gold bracelet presented on the table. A little extra thing to sort of look at when you're playing heads up. Maybe you shouldn't bluff it off when you stare at the bracelet and be like, oh, God, I got to stay in contention for this thing. This is a big deal. Winning a bracelet, of course.
Every time you're about to suicide bluff, just look at the bracelet and think if this is enough. Yeah.
How much do you think it would mean for Danny? I mean, you know him, you're a good friend of his, to win the bracelet, which, in the grand scheme of a poker career is sort of like a landmark type moment.
I think it would mean a lot. I mean, again, you see guys like this who have accomplished so much early. He's won some titles and kind of at Hard Rock down in Florida, some big tournaments, and obviously won maybe the second biggest tournament of the year in the Wynn World Championship.
9 now?
But, he grew up as a fan of the game, too. He grew up as a passionate member of this community, and he's won a bunch of money and still out here grinding every day. So I think for him, a bracelet is still meaningful. And, I think for anyone who plays this game for a long time or for a living, a bracelet is meaningful just for the validation and to be part of that history. Obviously, there are more bracelets than there have ever been before. Nothing wrong with that, but it's always going to matter. And so, yeah, I think it would mean a lot to him.
Both players here with King 3. Always one of my favorite moments when you see players battling with the same hand. Let's see who can get the most creative.
Love it. let's get all in somehow with King 3 versus King 3.
And the TV Dot, for those unfamiliar, has $1 million in total live earnings as well. He is 10th on the Philippines all-time money list, hailing from Riverside, California. His live results date back to 2004.
Wow.
So this guy has been around.
Yeah, and seems to grind a lot of live stuff in LA, right? So,
Yep.
you know, place where they run tournaments every day, just like Vegas. So he's got a lot of experience.
It's pretty funny seeing that his first cashes date back to 04, and then there's a bunch of bigger gaps. And then in 2016, he gets his first WSOP cash.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, and look, you got to remember, sometimes for some people, playing one World Series event is the bucket list, right? Just to play that event, just to cash in that event. So it's never too late to take that jump. It's a good goal. I think I was 0 for my first 20 World Series events or something.
I was 0 for 5 when I got my first cash.
Which was in?
20...
No, what game, though?
Oh, well, that's funny. I only played mixed game events, went 0 for 5, and I played one Hold'em event, and I cashed immediately.
Love it.
A little 1-for-1 drop a couple of years ago.
Nice.
Fun little Nativi Dot fact as he finds ace-queen on the button here. His largest win was a 3K No Limit main event at Hustler Casino back in 2005 for $128,000. You know who also finished in the money in that event? Toby Maguire.
No way.
Spider-Man himself.
Mr. X.
So he beat Spider-Man in a poker tournament.
Wow.
Which is pretty epic.
Nice. Shout out Spider-Man.
Exactly.
All right, battle of two aces here. Sepiol decides to just defend. Gonna want to balance here, not raise all of his ace-x, so pick some of the bad ones to just flat.
Getting some wind here on the broadcast. I think it's
on the TV.
I think
are they mic'd up?
The TV Dot breathing into his microphone.
Are they mic'd up?
They are mic'd up, yeah. King Jack 7 on the flop here. A little bit of a Darth Vader vibes from the mic eating.
Mm-hmm. Gotta love it. Sepiol's not gonna go anywhere with the ace of spades here, I don't think, especially for a size like this. I don't think raising makes much sense either, but he's gonna see a turn. He's rooting for that 10 of spades.
Turn card is the Queen of Clubs. Now the TV Dot makes a pair of queens with the ace kicker Sepiol. Drawing dead, as you can see, but there's 9% missing from that equity, which means, of course, they can still chop if a 10 hits.
Interesting check back here. And Mike eating.
Oh, boy. King hits on the river. Nativi Dot with the check mark. I'm getting real strong Darth Vader vibes.
Danny, I have a queen. I am your daddy in this pot. Well, if you like Mike breathing, you're in the right place, folks. I'll tell you that.
It's a different kind of ASMR.
Yeah.
Nativi Dot going for value here. Sepiol left with ace high.
Just snowfall.
There's just too many cards that the TV Dot could have hit.
And again, one of the best bluff cards would be the ace of spades. Missing the flush draw there, and he's got it, so.
I mean, look at the chip counts here. Sepiol starting to get into a bit of trouble here.
Readjusting so that his mouth is directly onto the mic now.
Why don't you just put it all the way in your mouth?
He
just
might.
Get
I mean, it's close.
Okay, we're back to normal here. The TV Dot 30 million chips. Wow.
Yeah.
100 big blinds at heads-up play.
Over 3-1 lead here. But again, like you said, over 100 big blinds, and Danny is almost at 30, so he's still got plenty to play with, and I think we're going to be here for a minute.
Sepiol limping in. We're playing with a big blind ante, Ben, which makes it extremely inviting to never give up on your big blinds.
Correct.
Oh, excuse me, on your button.
Or in general.
In general, ever.
But yeah, you're never folding the button. Feel free to limp. But heads up with a big blind ante, there's just so much money in the pot already. You should really never be folding. Also curious to see how these guys play these limped pots with sort of these dry boards, how often they're going to be stabbing. One of the things you can really get yourself into trouble too is overstabbing in some of these pots heads up. It's over bluffing. I think people get tempted a lot just because ranges are so wide. But we see Sepiol checking back here, hitting an open-ender after Natividad makes second pair. So neither one's going anywhere. Sepiol decided to semi-bluff here. See if he can just pick it up. That's full pot. Wow. Putting a lot of pressure on a 10, for sure. I mean, you don't expect him to check back a jack here, but when he bets full pot here, you know that there's going to be a big river bet coming also. So with a bad 10 here, I don't think he's going to fold, but considerations for later play.
I find this rather comical. What sort of tells can we find from the excessive mic eating as we see a call made and we go into the river card? Big river card coming up. It is the ace of clubs. Sepiol left with just queen high. Now, Ben, can he continue firing on this river card?
For sure, for sure. There's going to be some ace X that he checked back on the flop that he may have continued with on the turn to try and start to like fold out some weaker hands. And, you know, this is a better card for him than it is for Natividad for sure. So, you know, you got to think, okay, maybe he was calling with a 10 here. I doubt Natividad's going to check a jack twice. It's a lot of 10x. It seems like a lot of 10x. It could be some sneaky two pair like 3-6, 10-3, 10-6, something like that. But I would expect Danny to. I mean, he can't win with queen high here after he gets called. He knows that. So I would expect another big bet here from Danny.
Yeah, as far as sizing goes,
you want to make a 10 fold. So I think you got to go pretty. You can't go super small here. I would expect something in the like 2 million range. Wow, even bigger. Overbet.
Sepiol using those Bordeaux-colored chips.
And I like this. I mean, this is 2x pot, I think, exactly. And all you're doing is just like you're putting a 10 in hell. And that's exactly what this is designed to do. That's 5 million here, yeah.
Wow.
You know, I think it's a really good play by Danny. He kind of knows exactly where he's at in this hand. He's got a great combo to bluff with. You know, he's blocking the straight. He can rep this. He can certainly have king queen here, the way he's played it. Too bad he didn't have his mic up to his mouth. It's like, shit, what do I do?
Phone a friend.
Phone a friend, yeah. And I mean, I think look, Natividad has been playing a lot of heads up lately too, right? Like he knows he's in a spot here where he can get taken advantage of, but it's just like, this is a balanced spot where we call this a polarizing bet where he would do this with a lot of nutted hands too. Like he would bet this way with king queen. So do you really want to just call it off with a 10 here and then be much closer to even in chips?
I mean, Natividad is not a believer.
He's not. He's not. But I think, God, he's just in such a good spot. Like, he's still got 100 bigs, and this is just such an enormous pot. He's essentially doubling up. If he calls here and loses, obviously we know he wouldn't lose, but He calls here, he doubles him up, and if he folds here, or sorry, if he calls here and he's wrong, he doubles him up. It just doesn't seem worth it. I don't know. But he's got it right. He's got the right read.
Right. The fact that he's even considering it is worth some praise here. Sepiol turning the screws. We haven't seen an overbet yet at this final table. Sepiol really pulling out all the stops to try and claim this pot. TV Dot doing some math here, trying to figure out how much he'll be left with if he calls and is wrong. TV Dot clearly not happy about either decision here. Call or fold.
And someone asked, would King Queen use this? Sure. King Queen could absolutely bet 2x pot here.
Wow, he makes the call. Now TV Dot calls with a 10 and takes a monster chunk out of Sepiol's stack.
Yeah, really good call there. Now,
oh my God, what a phenomenal call.
Sepiol
Sepiol crippled.
Left with 6 bigs, something like that. Oof.
Wow.
Holy crap.
I didn't see that coming at all. I mean, you got to tap the table at that point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that's the thing. Like we talked about earlier, Danny goes for it, and that's why he's won so many times. But Nativity Dot knows that.
Unbelievable.
All right, so we're, what, 18 to 1 heads up lead here. Not dead yet though.
I think that TV Dot asked.
Is he limping with King Queen off to other people too? Yeah, no, I mean, again, blind versus blind or heads up. Like, people mix a lot of these things. Easy call, says Jimmy Bluffett. Wow. I'll buy your action if that's an easy call, Jimmy.
I think that TV Dot referenced Sepiol's stack being 3 million. So I think the counts are still slightly off. We're still working on correcting those. You got to keep in mind we're on a little bit of a delay here, which retroactively changing chip counts in the past is a little bit trickier than a broadcast that is closer to being live. Sepiol here with queens.
Yeah, it looks like he's got about 3 million behind. I think he just jammed. Oh, he's going to raise. Okay. Too strong maybe to just jam here.
Fold.
The TV Dot lets it go, allows Sepiol to take one down. These guys playing heads up for a $100,000 difference in payout.
Mm-hmm.
Jack 10 for Sepiol. He's got a little over 3 million. So still got more than 10 bigs.
Yeah. Just going to go with it here. I like it. And again, remember, yeah, it is a little bit more than 3 million he has. We can see. About 10 bigs.
It's like 300, right?
I mean, 3 million.
I think 3.9 is what he said, so.
Yeah, this will be fine. I mean, he's going to have 2 live cards a lot, but yeah, I expected him to fold. He's shown that he's, Nativity Dot has shown that he's really looking to not take super high variance spots pre-flop. Love to see Jeff Platt talking strat with the people out in the chat. Talking about, could they have King Queen there? Sure.
I love how Natividad is sticking to his game plan
Yeah.
that we've seen from the start of this final table. You know, making that big hero call, making those aggressive plays. He seems unfazed by the moment, which is an amazing quality to have as a poker player.
For sure. And I mean, you know, a lot of people are like, well, I just want a big pot. Maybe I'll just call it off with 9-7 of hearts here and try and win. But as soon as you start doing that, that's when heads-up play can get out of hand. Speaking from experience, having lost heads-up 5 times in the last 6 months.
You're just here to learn, basically.
Yeah, please. Someone teach me.
All right, Sepiol here flopping.
Sepiol flopping good again, though.
Yep. That's the thing. Once you're short, you just got to make a few hands. You're going to see some flops, especially with how big the big blind ante is. There's going to be quite a bit of limping. Hitting a few pairs every now and then might keep you in the running until you can find that hand to double up with.
Love Natividad with the small bet there after the raise. I think that's a really good play. Just get so many auto folds from a big blind defend. Obviously, he's going to continue with any pair here. Yep, check it back. I like this.
River is the 10 of clubs. Sepiol's pair of jacks is good. He, of course, would be happy to just rake this one in.
Check.
Yeah.
Action goes check, check. Sepiol takes it down, gets a little bit more ammunition, and with every pot that he wins, the threat starts to build a little bit. Sepiol, of course, an accomplished player, knows how to close out a major event, but I don't see Natividad getting nervous anytime soon. He has a massive chip lead. If you're catching us on YouTube, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. And please know the next 7 days straight, we have exclusive PokerGO coverage of some of the biggest events at the World Series of Poker. Make sure to get your subscriptions right now. We have monthly, quarterly, and annual plans available. If you go for the annual plan, take a $20 discount by using promo code WSOP24YT. That is WSOP24YT for the discount.
And Sepiol's got close to, I mean, 6 million now, really. I mean, I'm counting the stack that I can see. 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4. Yeah, I mean, 4.5, 5 million. So closing into 20 bigs, that's plenty. He's definitely faded the super short stack and has plenty of chips to navigate here. Again, using the bigger sizing than just min, which is something I was interested to see if he did.
Is that something you guys have talked about in the past?
No, no, no. It's more just like I'm always curious to see what size people are going to use kind of in flow in these heads-up matches. I think, like, you feel free to mix it up. If you want to go bigger, thinking that you're going to distance it. Like, if you think that Natividad's going to have too many folds in the big blind, then you start going bigger and get him to make those folds and just, like, allow him to fold better, you know, allow him to hold some hands you don't want to see flops with sometimes. So, we don't know what Danny has, though. Yeah. This is way too... A hand that flops way too well for Natividad to 3-bet there. I don't know if that's what he was thinking about, but...
Oh, my God. I keep thinking there's someone else in my ear. Like a producer or something, but it's actually Natividad. Ben Ludlow currently dying laughing on the broadcast. Natividad flops a pair of 9s, got a backdoor straight and flush draws as well, so pretty decent for him. Sepiol with the mystery cards.
Natividad, more like Natividad Darth Vader. God.
Feliz Navidad Darth Vader. Is that the new name?
Feliz Navi
Darth
Vader. I don't know. Anyway, poker. Playing the Jack Link's hidden card game like we were 13 years ago with Sepiol here.
Yeah, Sepiol firing 550 at this. Natividad with a pretty decent hand to continue.
Did that man forget he had a mic on? No, he's just hungry, guys. He just wants to eat it. The whispers, though, are great.
Yeah.
Someone tell him to not whisper into the mic.
All in.
Whoa.
Whoa. That is a huge move.
What the heck?
The TV dot moves all in, and
Sepiel folds.
yeah, the snap fold, and
Wow.
without the cards hitting the scanner, we'll never know what Sepiel folded here, but Nativi Dot continues to maintain.
Darth Nativi Dot. Thank you, Christy. That was nuts.
I mean, he's got Sepiel backed into a corner.
I'm not sure if I like that by him or not. Because he's turning his hand into a bluff. And he's got such a strong hand. I don't know. But hey. Put the pressure on your opponent and put them to a decision, I guess. And now Sepiel's sitting on 2.5, looks like. Yeah, so those counts are pretty much right. Don't think 3.9 is right, though.
So it's 2 million for the stack of blue. Then it's 500K each for the stacks of green. So that makes 3.8 million. So I think the 3.8 million behind is correct. And here we go. Sepiel moving all in, and he picks this one up.
A lot of people in the chat are saying that's not that crazy. It's not bluffing at all there. That's for value. I challenge you to find all the hands that are worse than 9-8 there that call. Because if it's for value, you're trying to get a worse hand to call. Okay, if you're turning a hand into a bluff, you're trying to get better hands to fold, draws to fold, sure. So remember that when you're thinking about, is this a value? Is this a value bet? Is this a bluff? Or is this kind of like a mergy spot? And to me, that's somewhere in the middle of a value bet and a bluff. If he's calling there, he's not calling with 9-7. Ask Jeff Platt about our poker book and what it says. Triple range merge, exactly.
Nativi Dot now going for the pre-flop all-in shoves, and Sepiel just knows that it's gonna take some cards to get back into this.
For sure, for sure.
Apologies for the card graphic issues. I've been told that they are getting fixed. Also been told that Sepiel's girlfriend is on the rail, so he has support.
Yeah, I saw a few other guys out there, Darren Rabinowitz, some of his other friends.
TV Dot is just swinging for the fences.
This is a fold, but it's a sad fold.
Do you think Sepiel's getting frustrated, Ben?
No. I think maybe like a little bit where it's like, man, nothing seems to be going right, but I don't think that will affect how he plays. You know, it'd be different if this was day 7, day 8, he's super tired, something, but I think he's fine. He's used to playing a lot of days. You know, he's used to staying locked in. He doesn't get distracted. I think he's very confident in exactly what he's doing. I do not think he's that frustrated. You know, he's also the kind of guy where he's trying to win. So he knew in that spot, if he gets called, he's going to be left super short, but he's going to take that spot to try and win. So, you know, it's not like he's beating himself up or anything.
Sepiel limping on the button. The TV Dot gets a chance to see a free flop with 7 deuce suited.
Yeah, he's annoyed but not tilted, Michael Williamson said. I think that's probably a good read.
Yeah.
Look, we'd all be annoyed if our bluffs didn't get through and they kind of hero called us, right? When we put it in a good spot.
I feel like it's a perfect sort of descriptor of poker emotions. Is annoyed but not tilted.
Annoyed but not tilted. All right. We got an interesting one here. limped pot. Bottom pair for Natividad. Top pair for Sepiol. Backdoor straight, but they share that 7. So just throw a 7 out there and Danny doubles.
I mean, they would always say it always comes 7. So let's see if it does indeed always come 7.
Who says that?
People say that.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know people very well.
There was an EPT final table back in Barcelona, probably
Oh, I do remember
2014. A German guy who was under the influence, to say the least. Not entirely sure which substances he was on, but he was pretty hyped up, and he was screaming 7, 7. It was one of the funniest final tables I've ever been been at, and I think the final table finished at like 6 in the morning, and the rail was still going strong. As we see the 3 of hearts hit on the turn, Natividad picks up a flush draw. Sepiol.
So they both have a gutter. Natividad with a flush draw. Just checking it back.
Quick check back there from Sepiol.
What did he say? What did he
A little whisper in the mic there.
Did he whisper, I'm going to hit my flush? He was wrong, though. Where's the heart? Where's the heart?
Queen hits on the river. Sepiol, as you guys can see, with the check mark.
Now, if Natividad is going to bluff here, how big does he go? Nah, it's going to let him off the hook. Now, does Danny want to go for value here? Seems a little thin given the spot, but I've been wrong before. The answer is yes. Tremendous value bet here.
600K, the bet by Sepiol. Sometimes a small pot like this can turn to tide. Sepiol still very much in this battle here, despite the chip deficit.
Not such a small pot, you know?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. If he gets a call here, he'll be up 7 or 8 million now. Well, maybe not that much, but I can't see up the counts. Natividad's trying to think, all right, what hands could he bet on the flop, check back the turn that I beat? I'm beating 7-8.
It's hard to find something.
I'm beating some ace highs. Yeah, I could fold though.
All right, Sepiol gets the rake one in. No applause from the rail. Come on, guys. You gotta support your man. I found the video of the guy yelling 7s. Andre Letau, 2014 Barcelona main event.
What was the one that got held up by gunmen? Was it in Germany?
That was EPT Berlin.
Oh, Berlin.
And it was no gunmen. They had machetes.
Oh, even better.
I was there also.
Were you really?
I was face to face with the robbers.
I had no idea you were there.
2009 or 10.
Yeah.
EPT Berlin. At the.
You were what, like 12 years old then?
I was probably 22. That's quite a story, actually. It was probably one of the wildest experiences I've ever had.
Yeah.
Where the event was at a hotel, and it was like it was a ballroom setting, and masked men with machetes came running up the stairs, and they basically robbed the cage, which was in the hotel area where players were buying in for the high roller that day. And I was doing tournament reporting, walking down this long hallway as those guys ran up the stairs with the machetes. So I saw them coming up the stairs.
Guys, late reg is over there. You don't need machetes. You still have time.
So I basically booked it out back the opposite way, told the people in the media room that there was a robbery taking place. I ran into the kitchen, out through the employee stairwell, and I was probably one of the first people out the door.
Wow.
And then I stood there as the whole building emptied out.
That's crazy. We'll get back to that, but Sepiol flopping.
Yeah, we got ace, queen, 7, 2 hearts on the flop here. Queen for Sepiol. Natividad continues betting here for 475. How comfortable does Sepiol feel here with the queen to continue all the way here?
Oh, sorry. Distracted by the chat. Yeah, I mean, obviously Natividad's going to have some ace-x here, but we've seen him check back a lot of turns, so this doesn't surprise me too. Now he feels pretty good about it. Oh, and he picks up a piece, so I think Sepiol is going to feel pretty comfy value betting here. Obviously, the third heart coming in is tough. He could definitely bet some hearts and then check back, but you might see a small value bet from Danny here. Yeah. So he's going to go really small.
Sepiol looking to extract a few additional chips here. Everything helps in his quest to mount a comeback versus the dominant Natividad here at this final table. The 6 is a little bit of a stingy card here for Natividad. You're kind of like you're getting away without any damage, and then the 6 shows up.
I know, and we've seen him make some bigger folds here, kind of like in these really close spots, make the right fold. But the 6 feels like a little too much card to fold on the end here for such a small bet. And I mean, again, the small bet is designed to get called by 7, 6, 3, you know, some king high. He lets it go. I mean,
disciplined fold.
He's just been making the right folds over and over and over, so you have to give him that. The best part of his game, he's right a lot.
To finish up my story about the EPT Berlin robbery, there was a few funny twists in hindsight. Also, the guys got caught and all that stuff. No one got hurt. I think a few vases shattered in the chaos that ensued when these guys.
Rest in peace to those vases.
Vases. No, the craziest part was there was a live stream going on at the time, and you could see everyone scrambling and running out the room, hiding behind curtains. And there was a few Russian players specifically that just sat at the table, did not move, did not even like lose track of the chips and the hand in play. And
some guy comes up with the machete. He's like, "Hold on, I got a decision.
I'm
you can kill me after."
We're on the turn. Come on. But the one guy said, and I was there when he told the story, was that he was once part of the largest bank robbery in Moscow, so this didn't faze him all that much.
Incredible. I love that.
It's a pretty wild experience.
Yeah.
And you know what's kind of wild? The summer that followed, I was here for the World Series of Poker, and I'm not sure if you were there, Ben, but that was the one summer where all the lights went out at the Rio.
Oh, of course I was there.
So that sort of like triggered me into being like, oh my, what's happening?
Here we go
what's
again.
happening?
Here we go again. Yeah. There's no lack of security at the World Series of Poker, so I would not be too worried.
As evident by you almost getting kicked out of this room.
Yeah, they wouldn't even let me back here. I was literally putting on my headset to do commentary, and they're like, "Where's your badge?" Like, I swear I'm not jokingly putting on this headset, guy. But, you know, I'd rather have too much security than not enough.
Exactly.
Always.
Yeah. We are well taken care of.
Newfie night. Russians, relax, guys. We call this Saturday.
But for
this
real,
is
that's
normal day for us.
That's how the guy acted. It was pretty funny in hindsight.
I mean, respect. He's like, "What are you going to do with machete?"
My boss at the time, Noah Boken, he was hiding behind a curtain, and he said that he looked back on that experience as like some people sitting at the table shuffling chips while others were hiding behind curtains. Like the way people interpret danger is just really funny.
Also, getting a lot of flack in the chat for cheering for Sepiol, quote unquote. Guys, I lose money if Danny wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. Full disclosure, though, he is a friend of mine, but there's, you know, whoever wins, wins. These guys are both playing great. Hats off to both these guys. But yes.
It's been a phenomenal final table.
Yeah, it really has. I was really excited to see when I was tracking from 16 down that we got to see Danny and Jeremy and Strelitz, and Natividad's been awesome. Tony was awesome. Everyone played great. Everyone really did. And
now these two are fighting for that 100K pay difference in the gold bracelet. neither player has a World Series Poker bracelet, so this, of course, would be a huge mark in their career.
Okay. This is
4-7
wow.
deuce, 2 spades. Natividad flops 4s and deuces. Sepiol flops the open and a straight draw. Ben, I can see ways in which this all ends up in the middle.
I would expect it to end up all in the middle. I think we're going to see a bet and a check raise here. Flatting is certainly fine here if you're Sepiol, but you're trying to think of hands that would call here, right? Like, what are you really dominated by? 4 deuces, one of them, obviously. But he's putting it in. I can tell.
Natividad bets 400K. Action on Sepiol.
Yeah, all in, snap.
Call.
Moves all in, and the call is made, and we have an all-in showdown with the tournament on the line. Sepiol with 8 outs twice. He needs to hit in order to survive against the 2 pair of Natividad. Looks as though there's 9 million in the middle here as we await the turn. Sepiol needs an ace or a 6. Still 30% equity.
Natividad chugging something.
Yeah.
Oh, water.
Stay hydrated. All right, here comes the turn. It's the 8 of clubs. Sepiol still looking for an ace or a 6, or else this tournament will be over, and Natividad will win his first World Series of Poker bracelet. Sepiol sitting down, seems to be unfazed. The river card is the ace of spades. Oh my God, ace on the river to save Sepiol, and he is up to 9 million chips, and we have a real match here, ladies and gentlemen.
We are back. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, kind of hand plays itself there, you know? You just got to get there. And Mr. Danny Sepiol gets there. Bink.
Massive river card. Sepiol stays alive in this event. Natividad takes it in stride.
Ace from space.
Well, they're those stacks of blues. Hmm? Stack of money. $4 million 25. 4 million 25. 1, 2, 3.
4,025,000, I think, was
And a quarter.
announced.
Nice hand.
Natividad taking it in stride. Still has 75 big blinds. He'll be just fine. All right. The poker gods wish to see more. And we shall see more.
$30 million to $9 million. Natividad maintains his chip lead.
4 and 4. You're small blind on the back. 4 and 4. 4 and 4.
Yeah, you were just big.
4.
Yeah, yeah.
4.
Do you think this initial double up will change the way Natividad will play against Sepiol since the stacks have gotten a bit deeper?
I don't think so. I think he's been, like you said, he's stuck to his game plan really well, and it's to try and make the best hand and not put himself in a spot where he's, you know, calling off in really thin spots, making folds that are, you know, that seem tough, but he's just making them easily. He's still got 3-1 chip lead. He's still got to feel great. It's hard to win a bracelet. It's hard to win a heads-up match.
Man.
He's going to take some adversity, and I don't think it's going to affect him too much. He is talking to himself, though.
He is. I would be too if I was this close to winning a World Series of Poker bracelet and $305,000.
Backdoor straight, backdoor flush. He decides not enough.
Yeah, I think it's also tricky when you play against an opponent who, you know his resume. You know that Sepiol is a very accomplished player. You don't want to give him too much to work with, but you want to keep him down. You rather take a chance of a big flip versus playing multiple streets where you might bleed chips and ultimately give him a chance to come back in the match.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
David out 9-7 of hearts. Another raising hand.
I saw Remko with the chat that said heavy breathing on us. I thought he was talking about this guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Meanwhile, the 25K that started today has wrapped up for the day. A little early. In my book, 100 players left. That'll be streaming tomorrow on PokerGO.com.
How many starters in that? I assume Reg's open through day 2.
Yeah, Reg still open. 274 players so far in that event. We're going to see more players enter tomorrow. Big stacks include Chino Ream, Phil Ivey, Dan Smith, Justin Bonomo, Jason Kuhn. So a who's who of the high roller scene in that 25K. We're streaming day 2 of that event tomorrow on PokerGO.com exclusively. A look over at the 10K PLO8, which is down to heads-up play. Sean Troja and Tyler Brown going head-to-head. The Brazilians got 3rd and 4th. João Simão and Yuri Zivalevsky.
Those aren't just Brazilians. Those are the Brazilians.
The Brazilians. The two stars.
Two of the best.
And we also have Dave.
Although João lives in Vegas now.
Right. You can never surrender your flag.
Yeah, for sure. Nor would he want to.
3K 6-handed limit hold'em down to 21 players after day 2, or excuse me, during day 2. They're still playing right now. A little update there from the field.
Man, third person asking if I'm Ryan from The Office commentating.
Really?
Yeah. Did I sound like BJ Novak? Unless it's you that they think it's.
You don't sound like BJ Novak in my mind. I'm a big Office fan.
Thanks? I don't know.
But yeah, so the 3K limit hold'em, 6 max. Dan Adema. Second in chips. Just every limit hold'em tournament.
Dan Adema knocked me out of the day 2 of the deuce earlier.
Damn.
Enemy number 1. No, good for him. He's a great limit player. One of the best limit hold'em players ever, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Everyone's like, yes, it's Ryan from The Office. It's me, Ryan.
If only you were as good a writer as he is.
Dang. It's catching strays out here.
Well, wouldn't you say that it's true?
What?
Wouldn't you want to be?
Yeah.
As good a
you
writer
don't have
as
to
he
tell
is?
everyone I'm not, though. Jeez.
You still have time.
That's true. Keep getting asked to commentate. I'm too busy. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least this is preventing you from losing more money at the poker table.
Chat, I'm catching strays out here. Someone make me feel better. Bro, you sound just like him. It's the millennial speaking style.
Yeah, what is the Gen Z commentary going to sound like in a few years when you and I are phased out?
On God, this bet for real was bussin'. Like,
Are we going to talk about
no cap? That check raise slapped.
taking L's?
I mean, we can already talk about taking L's.
Not much out there for either player. No TV out with a gut shot here on the turn. Since he has the betting lead,
Just like Ryan from The Office, you are also not funny. So many strays. Don't worry, guys. My mom's listening. She loves me at least.
That's all that matters.
Nah, she's asleep. She doesn't love me.
She will. We'll watch this back.
No, she won't. God.
Sepiol, under the radar, has chipped up to 11 million chips. Oh, we got a card flipped. A little misdeal. Our first one of the night. Great staff here at the World Series of Poker. Excellent dealers, especially here. The best of the best used for these final tables. How much are you paying Sean Garner, Ben?
Oh, yeah, the one who said, I'm doing great. He's on the payroll. No cap. Your mom doesn't love you while she's asleep? I guess not. All right. Poker, right. So Sepiol is doing a lot of limping. And we'll keep an eye on kind of the types of hands he limps and see how he splits his range here, but you're probably going to see him and people in general limp hands. They're going to be balanced. Obviously, they're going to limp some good hands, some bad hands. They're going to see him limp a lot of hands that they don't want to get pushed off of, you know? So it's like if you raise and then get 3-bet, it's much harder to call with king deuce suited, even though it's got flopped really well in certain spots, versus limp call, right? So think about that as the type of hands that he's probably going to be limping.
Sepiol betting 400K on TV Dot comes along after having flopped a jack. 6 of spades hits on the river. How likely do you think Sepiol is to continue here on this board?
Pretty unlikely. I mean, he can have some 7x, some clubs, but he just doesn't have enough of a hand. You know, I think this is kind of a give-up candidate here. But then again, it's Danny frickin' Sepiol. Yeah.
River is the 10 of diamonds. Now TV Dot's jack is best here. Likely to see a check-check scenario here.
Yeah.
Jack.
Jack is good. The TV Dot's going to take this one down. GG in the chat says, not saying it's easy not to be scared on this stage, but Natividad is clearly nervous about blowing it. I don't agree with that. I think Natividad is stuck to his game plan, has played the same style for most of the tournament, picks his spots to be aggressive. I'm not sensing any nerves.
Yeah, I think he's definitely playing conservatively in some spots and like looking to get to showdown more quickly than maybe standard play would be, or especially people with this at this stack depth. But I think that's kind of how he's played the whole final table. You know, he hasn't gotten out of line. He hasn't taken his big stack to be that I gotta like go insane here. So yeah, I think. Look, to your point, GG, everyone's gonna be nervous. Everyone's gonna be nervous, but I don't think it's let's just say I don't think the nerves are affecting his play. Shit, I'm nervous, but I'm always nervous.
You should be nervous.
Why?
Security might just show up here and
I got a badge now, bro.
Oh, that's true.
We're good. Just feels like he's being very cautious. Yeah. No, I would concur with that. You know, there's some spots where he could have easily gone for some thin value or bluff caught that he decided not to. He's happened to be right practically every single time, but yeah, no, I agree. He's definitely playing on the cautious side, but that's, you know, a strat. And so, okay, here we're going to see a limp from Natividad and a big 4x raise from Sepiol. And you can see, similar to blind versus blind play, the really, really bad bottom parts of your range you can choose as these bluffs to stay balanced and fold out some hands like that. You know, you're just we've seen that Natividad's not like constructing a limping range with a ton of premiums in it or really thinking about that. So he can probably sense that those limps are going to be weak and, you know, just use a bottom of his range type hand as a bluff. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but it's going to work such a high percentage of the time. Because, you know, 7-3 flops terribly, right? It's not a good hand. So use that as a bluff.
Production telling me that was Sepiol's girlfriend. Mary Carr is her name. She's supporting there on the rail. It's gotten quiet on the rail.
Yeah. Look, this is a battle of gladiators. Everyone's locked in. I'm locked in.
King Deuce
Hey, just got here. The commentator sounds like Ryan from The Office. I don't believe you. God damn it.
King deuce 4 here. Sepiol flopping a 4. It's gonna
Yeah.
bet it and take it down. I do think part of the reason why TV Dot is choosing to be careful in spots where he's not very nutted is the fact that he has such a big chip lead and he is waiting for the game to come to him.
For sure.
Because he knows those opportunities will arise if he manages to maintain that lead he currently has. And of course, conservative play could help him just sort of tread water until we get a chance for a big confrontation.
Yeah. Yeah. Just lost my train of thought. It's also, sorry, I remember what I was going to say. One of the #1 rules of heads up, too, is that if you start bluffing way too much and you just start stabbing in every pot, like that's the quickest way to get into trouble, and it adds up. And so I think, Natividad is just taking that to heart as well. Like, just because you're heads up doesn't mean that you need to go nuts, that you need to try and win every single pot. Like, it's such an easy mistake to make. And, I've certainly been capable. I've certainly done that myself and lost heads-up matches by just, trying to force it a little too much, looking for bluffs against a weaker opponent, trying to get them to fold hands that they don't really want to. So I think, like what you said was exactly right. He's letting the game come to him. He's letting kind of the situations come to him, and it's working out well so far. I mean, he was 6 outs away from, or 8 outs away from the bracelet already, so...
Nice flop here for him now, too.
He got tilted after the 2-pair got cracked. Yeah, he definitely was a little steamed, but, winning a bracelet ain't easy.
What do we say again? Frustrated but not
right.
tilting?
Annoyed but not tilted.
Annoyed but not tilting.
Agreed. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
This is bottom end of the straight versus top end of the straight.
Disaster for Natividad as Sepiol again hits the big hand. Absolutely massive turn card. 2 million in the middle. The action goes check, check.
Oh my God.
Sepiol first to act here. Are we going to see an overbet again? We're going to go really small to get value from small pairs. What's the thinking here?
He definitely doesn't expect Natividad to check back a 3. So I bet it's probably going to be, let's see what he comes with, 750, I think. And I think this is just an easy snap call. Don't think twice. Can't raise. Wow. Yeah, it could have been a bigger pot. I mean, the fact that it went check, check. Again, that's a Natividad thing where I think he was definitely trapping by checking back the 3, but he's pot controlled super, super well. Not looking to get himself. He raises there or bets the turn there, gets himself into a lot of trouble, puts himself in a tough spot. I think he's just trying to avoid putting himself in too many spots where he can get cooler to play a massive pot and not know the answer. Right? And that's a great kind of approach to heads up, especially when you have a ton of chips and you're this deep.
Sepiol closing back in on his high here at this final table. He was up to 17 million at one point, now back up to 13 million as Natividad's chip lead has been shrinking over the course of the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, and people are saying min value, et cetera, et cetera. Look, I mean, if Sepiol sees his hand, he's just going to jam, obviously, or like bet huge, but I don't think he ever thinks he's checking back a 3 there. So, it's even hard to call with 2-pair there, especially if it's like not a very good 2-pair. So he's just going for something small to try and extract any value on a 4-liner there.
Big hand again here for Sepiol, king, queen of spades.
And really the comeback, man.
Yeah.
Obviously he hits that 8-outer, the open-ender, and it's off to the races. But he's over 30 bigs now. We got a match. 2-1. Remember when it was 18-1? And now it's 2-1.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning into this heads-up battle, we are playing for a 100K payout difference. 203,000 for second, 305 for first. If you're enjoying our broadcast here on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. We are streaming almost every day, and the next 7 days we're going to have live streams specifically on PokerGO.com starting tomorrow with 2 days of coverage of the 25K high roller. So day 2 and the final table will be live on PokerGO.com. So that should be a great 2 days of streaming leading into many more final tables. Check out our full schedule on PokerGO.com/schedule. And if you want to subscribe to our annual plan, we got a good discount for you. It is WSOP 24YT to get in for the best deal that we currently have. Sepiol again winning a pot now up to 14.2 million, and he is now.
Did you just say all in? No. Oh, okay.
No, he did not. No, he didn't say that.
I was like, what?
Yeah, less than 2-1 now.
The gap shrinks.
If I was on TV Dot, this is when I would get a little bit nervous and frustrated, because now you know that Sepiol's stack can really hurt you, and that wasn't the case for the last hour.
I mean, for sure. It's, you know, there's nothing more frustrating than being 8 outs, you know, a clean river away from a win, and now to be 2-1 after being up to 18-1. I think, like we have been saying in the chat and like we've been saying, it's impossible to not be annoyed or frustrated, but I don't think it's affected how he's played so far. I haven't seen him make any frustration plays or overdo it or kind of get out of line or make a fold that's bad or anything like that. So, you know, feel free to say he's annoyed. I'm sure that's true. I'm annoyed for him, to be honest. You know, it's like I have sympathy, but he's really kind of maintained his game. I'm still impressed with how he's playing, for sure.
Second king here on the board, perhaps disguising the value of Sepiol's hand a little bit.
Yeah, Sensitivity Dad probably just checks back here. Although, was this limped pre?
3.2 million in the middle. Action goes check, check. River pairs the board again. Sepiol now with a full house.
So here's a spot where he might go really big and try and get an ace to call. But an ace wouldn't really check back on the turn, would it? Still looks like he's going pretty big, though, as he should be.
The TV Dot playing the board here.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Sepiol trying to create the perception that he's trying to bet his opponent off of a chop.
Empathy, not sympathy, he says. But isn't sympathy I've been there? I don't know. I always get confused. Anyway, another big pot for Sepiol.
Yeah, Sepiol has completely switched into a higher gear now.
Yeah.
Quickly ramping things up from 9 million to now 16 million.
And a good river for him, too, to not, you know, feel like he needs to call with kind of like the nuttish no pair.
Sepiol, ace deuce on the button, is going to come in for the raise, unless he decides to keep on limping, and he will.
Are we witnessing the biggest comeback in WSOP history? No. I think I remember the story of JRB being up like 90-1 or 100-1 and was drinking open bottles of wine in some limit hold'em event. And
Matt Graham.
Matt Graham?
He was heads up against Matt Graham. I believe he played till 7 in the morning. I think Donnie Peters was doing live reporting of that event.
Of course he was. Shout out Donnie Peters.
Ace here on the turn, giving Sepiol top pair. Now TV Dot has a pair of 7, so given that he has a piece, he'll probably be somewhat invested in sticking around here. That's the thing with heads-up play. Well, as soon as you make a pair, you're going to feel committed to seeing it through, because it's not easy to make a pair.
Right. So I hear. I've never made a pair. So yeah, I guess it's not hard, not easy. Sweet for you says Asher, this World Series was an 11-1 underdog and won. That's pretty cool. And so here are these spots where Natividad is a clear continue a lot of the time, but has, you know, played conservatively in the past. I don't think this is one of them, but it's something to keep an eye on. You know, all these spots where we say, oh, he has to continue, but he's had second, third, fourth pair a bunch of times and made these big folds. So I think he's going to probably check fold here. I mean, this is obviously a bad run out for him too. And given that this was a limped pot, I wonder if Sepiol gets him to call here. Wow, he's going to go big again.
2.2 million.
Yeah, so Sepiol, you know, limping with some weak aces here. Unlikely to be limping with more kind of like King X, Queen X hands, although we did see him limp the King Deuce suited earlier. So Natividad's thinking like, some Ace X or nothing? I'm not sure. And again, a big bet could be bluffing here. Feels a little weak to call, but this is closer than some of the spots he's had, I think, especially given it was a limped pot. Then again, he has made the right fold every single time in these spots. Sepiol's just been making better hands, you know, and he's been making hands and folding. So let's see.
How much is it?
Natividad had him on the brink of elimination with one card to come. The Ace of Spades changed everything, and now Sepiol rapidly closing in on tying this match. A call here would really change the game completely.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he's just tired of folding too. I would be tired of folding. If he makes this fold again, I think it's a tough call to make, but man, he's just been having to make these annoying folds over and over. It's got to be getting to him a little bit, you know? I mean, obviously if he would watch back the stream, he would know that he's right. But God, it's just like this same scenario is played out over and over and over, and he's made those folds, but I don't know. I'm feeling a call this time.
Sepiol also has stuck to his strategy of limping in almost every hand to disguise
here it comes.
The strength of his hand, and Natividad getting the call ready here. Let's see if he pulls the trigger on this one. He does make the call, and he's going to see the bad news.
Wow.
Sepiol tables ace-deuce, and Natividad mucks the 7-5. And look at the standings right now. These players are virtually tied as Sepiol regains the chip lead, something which seems so unlikely for me to say after the show that we've seen from Natividad over the course of this final table. What a swing! All of a sudden we're back. And Sepiol cracks a smile for the first time in a long time. He now knows that he is right back in this thing.
18-1 to the lead.
Wow. That is crazy. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Are you hoping for Natividad to ultimately close this out, or are you on Team Sepiol? Let us know. While you're at it, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. I might as well put a poll in the chat here to see how people are feeling. Natividad limping now as well with ace-5.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the chat. This was one of those spots where it's so easy to think fold in a limped pot, though, and after folding over and over and over and over, it's just, I don't blame him. Now let's see how well he keeps his composure. You know, it's a match. Now we got a real match. Danny's been here a million times, though. And everyone keeps saying B is for Bob. B is also for Baltimore.
Yeah, because Ben said it's a a bird-shaped bee.
You know what? I'm sticking to that. I see a bird in there.
I thought birds weren't real.
Losing our minds over here, folks.
The funniest interview I've done at the WSOP, I think it was 3 years ago. I forgot the guy's name. He was wearing a T-shirt that says "Birds aren't real."
Yeah.
And then he just ran with it, and it became.
You know, it's like a movement.
No, I know, but
they're not real.
He went really deep on this. It was really funny.
Yeah, well, he's a smart guy, obviously.
Clearly. Type B in the chat if you think birds aren't real. All right, here comes the flop. Jack 4-9, 2 clubs. TV dot King 3 versus the 9-10 of Sepiol, who again outflops him. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. Our poll so far very close. Sepiol 57%.
What's the question?
Who would you like to see win?
Not who do you think is going to win. Who would you like to see win?
Yeah.
Wow. I'd like to see everyone have a good time. I'd like to see everyone make lots of money.
Well, they've already accomplished that part.
Well, then I'm happy. Then I don't care who wins. No, I'm just kidding. I do care.
8 of diamonds on the river completes the board. 2 million in the middle, and Sepiol again with the best of it.
Cool centrist. How on earth did Sepiol come back? Made lots of hands.
He did.
Hit an open-ender on the river. Generally is dapper as hell. Thinking about another thin value bet here. Going for it. I like it. We see he's not going to get called, but...
TV dot, perhaps a bit of posturing. Ben, I can never see him call here with King High, right? Yeah, there we go. Into the muck. Oh, look at this. Blinds now up to 255. That's going to really change the game even more so, as Sepiol, with a slight lead, can just
still
apply.
Super deep, though.
It is super deep, but he can apply more pressure now than ever before during this heads-up match.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
250? 255?
Again, though, we've seen Natividad play a very conservative style, get to lots of rivers. You can see a little frustration there. He sniffed the bracelet. It was there.
Papi Chulo in the chat says, "I'd be so tilted if I was the Natividad." I mean, it's impossible not to be affected by all that has gone down, but at the same time, you gotta.
Yeah, 203,889 reasons that he's not that disappointed, though.
That's true, but man, he was 1 card away.
I know.
1 card away.
I know.
Billy Hill says, did both players pass on getting a break? Correct. They both decided to keep playing, which is pretty common in heads-up play. Players are sort of in a groove. Unless someone has to use the restroom, they'll generally just keep on going. And just so you all know, we started today with 16 players. When they got down to the final 8, they went on a dinner break. Then they returned, played down to 7, and that's when we started streaming. So if you've missed the earlier action, you can always skip back and watch the entire final table here on our YouTube and PokerGO channels.
When it says 0% next to your name, that's generally not good.
No, that's not a really good
I think
sign.
he can only chop if it comes ace-ace.
Yeah, that's well put.
I do know the rules, luckily.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad you could figure that one out.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I did ask that quiz question earlier and thought I was wrong for a second when people kept saying aces versus ace-6. I was like,
oh, shit.
No, but
Kings versus King 3.
King deuce.
Sorry, King.
Why do you keep saying
King 3?
Remko hates deuces.
One time,
he's tilted by too much Brent Hanks. He's repress the deuce from his mind.
Covering EPT Dortmund in Germany way back in '09, I want to say. Lex Veldhaus, legend. Now a legendary Twitch streamer. Back then, he was just a legendary Dutch guy playing high stakes. I believe he 5-bet all in on day 1 of the main event with King 4 off, and he ran into kings, and that became like a huge meme in the Dutch poker scene. That Lex just punted his stack with the old King 4, which is pretty close to the worst setup or situation possible.
Pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Pretty bad. Surprised he didn't win.
Right.
Remember the days when we used to 5-bet King 4?
I don't actually.
Shout out Vanessa Selbst.
Oh yeah. Was it the NAPT?
Was it where she did that with 7 deuce?
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
5-bet shove 7 deuce into like ace king or something.
Right.
Whatever she did, she's a legend. Shout out.
Absolutely.
One of the goats. We see that no straight flush is coming for Danny.
Seppiel betting 600K here. Natividad has flopped an ace. This could get very interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to see him raise here.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Deny some equity. Know where he's at. This is a hand that's going to be hard to improve from here.
But also, I'm trying to think, like, if you raise, aren't you only really going to get more action from hands that either are super strong draws or hands that you...
But it's just hard to know where you're at with this kind of ace.
The TV dot does go for the raise. Makes it 3 million to go. Wow, hefty raise here. And Seppiel lets it go. And this might be the first hand of significance that Natividad has won in a very long time.
Clap it up for Natividad taking down a hand.
Yeah, let's
It's been a minute.
Let's show this man some love in the chat. He's been entertaining us this entire final table.
Yeah.
Natividad back up to 20 million. He's got the chip lead back in his hand again.
Working 9 to 5.
Chris says, Seppiel never changes his posture. He's cool as a cucumber.
Dapper Dan.
He is definitely very comfortable.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to hear any shit talk about my singing there. It was perfect. I want to hear nothing else but compliments. Thank you. Ooh, spicy. Love this. This is the same concept we talked about earlier. Hands like this that are the bottom of your range. Natividad showed that he's limping kind of some weaker hands, that he's raising a lot of his better hands. So take a hand that doesn't flop well and bluff here. And, again, he's just got this momentum, and it's like it rolls and it continues where Natividad feels like he can't win a hand. So it all plays into that. Feliz Natividad. Yes, Nick.
Can never make it in that box.
Some people in the chat saying that Natividad should have taken the break when it was offered to him earlier just to reset a little bit. But perhaps he still feels confident in his approach, which has been successful so far. You know, we cannot deny that Sepiol has made more hands in heads-up play, which of course is very helpful. But leading into heads-up play, Natividad was definitely the dominant player at this final table, so he clearly must have confidence still at this point, even though he has not been very fortunate during heads-up play.
Yeah, and remember that this being the shootout format, these guys have won 2 heads-up matches the last 2 days. So whatever was working for them then, maybe they didn't want to take breaks. Maybe it was a little bit of this kind of like flow state with a sit and go like this that you just don't want to sort of stop momentum. It's different than a normal tournament for sure. Obviously, this last 16 is playing pretty normal. Obviously, they all start with the same amount of chips, but you know, it's a different feeling kind of when they get to this heads-up match because it's their 3rd one in 3 days. So I assume that there's some sort of kind of like routine or comfortability that they want to stay in. They don't want to lose their flow. They don't want to lose their momentum. You know, I am a big fan of not taking breaks when you don't need one, for sure. So maybe it would have worked out, but we'll never know.
So when you lost those 5 straight heads-up matches, did you take breaks?
I don't want to talk about it. Yes, no.
You
I tried it all. I tried
it all.
everything. I've tried it all. The only time I won a heads-up match, yeah, someone else won it for me. Shout out Sarah Stefan.
Sorry, I'll just start using the purple.
Sepiol with the Doyle.
Natividad gets to win one again, and you know, despite us talking at length about how Sepiol has been fortunate in heads-up play, Natividad still now in the chip lead as it stands. So
yeah, I mean, we've got, you know, basically a 40 bigs versus 40 bigs heads-up match. Momentum is real, but
no deal making allowed at the World Series of Poker. So just to put that out there.
Yeah.
Or actually, I should say deals are not facilitated by the World Series of Poker.
Correct. For those out here who aren't super familiar with tournaments, a lot of places will pause the clock and kind of facilitate payouts. But the World Series, you play for it all. You want to make a deal, you better do it on a napkin in the bathroom behind closed doors.
That is also not encouraged.
Not encouraged.
Especially.
But if you want me to be your lawyer in that scenario, hit me up.
For your own safety, that's
Bird
not
lawyer.
encouraged. Queen, queen, 3 on this flop. Whoever stabs first will probably win this one.
Yeah, and we've seen Dan limp, get checked, and then just kind of put small stabs in on these types of boards and just win. A lot. You know, he's just winning all these small pots.
They all add up.
They all add up. I mean, what do you do with king 5 here? Okay, he's going to float. I think this is a frustration float, you know? I mean, you have an overcard, but... Ooh. Okay. Sepiol with the gutter. Natividad with the 5 blocking his gutter. Just 5 would be an extremely spicy river.
I wonder what Natividad's game plan is here. Is he just thinking that king high is going to be good here enough at a time?
I guess. And then he's right where he just kind of needs to... I think maybe it's a little bit of frustration. Maybe it's a little bit of just... He's got too much hand here to fold right away. Just like, all right, let's take some of the equity of my king X here and see a turn.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to work.
Surprised to see this bet here also. If king high was good all the way,
yeah,
would have been good now.
Yes, it would have. And it was good all the way. But you don't want to put yourself in a spot, you know, you lead small there and try and avoid getting bluffed off your hand. Because you can't check call. All right, we're seeing some tiredness from the boys.
From me, or?
Well, you're yawning a lot, but so is Sepiol and Natividad.
It's funny. Every time World Series Poker rolls around, and I said this on the previous broadcast, I feel like I'm jet lagged a little bit because I get so used to getting up early in Las Vegas.
Yeah, yeah.
With the weather being the way that it is.
Right.
And I know you play poker till late, so it's a little bit different.
Oh, I can't tell you how many times I've been still playing poker, and your fiance has tweeted something where it's like she's clearly up at 5 a.m. or something.
Yep. This morning I got up really early to go to Mount Charleston, which I can highly recommend. It's a beautiful area, and there were still tournaments going on.
I bet there were.
King 10 on the button, coming in for the raise. No free flops this time around.
In the bin.
The rare one to go into the bin.
Yeah.
It's coming comical. I miss my Occupy betting circle. My bonus bet over there.
Sepiol with a monster in heads-up play here. Ace-7 of clubs.
Will he still limp?
Yeah, that's a good question. At one point, you're just so committed to that approach.
No, but he's mixed it up a little, I think.
I guess this is also the strongest pre-flop hand he's had in a very long time.
True.
We've not seen the classic confrontations. We've seen a lot of mediocre hands back and forth. And like I said, as much as we talked about Sepiol making a comeback, Natividad's still the chip leader.
Mm-hmm.
Both players still seem very relaxed and calm. It's been quite the 3-day stretch for them. 2 full days, and then today they resumed at 1 p.m. and now it's 10:30, so they've had a full day of play again. Probably going on adrenaline. I always find it super fascinating how players can, win or make a final table in an event and then jump straight into the next one.
Nothing.
I would have such an adrenaline dump from going on a big run, perhaps not getting good sleep, not getting good meals, and then all of a sudden, that ends, and you sort of have to unwind, in my opinion.
I mean, after any day of poker, I feel that way. And the nothing will ever be as crazy as Joe Cata getting 5th in the main event with his entire family and friends and world there watching, and him just being like, all right, after 10 days, and max late reg the closer, and win.
Yeah.
That's like
insanity,
serial killer shit. Like I'm a little worried about Joe's mental state. But shout out Joe Cata, one of the goats. But I'll still can you imagine?
10 days.
I would need 2 weeks to just
decompress.
I mean, remember after Gary getting 4th in the main, we were hanging and partying for 4 or 5 days after, and Joe Cata's just like, nah, let's hop in with 20 bigs in the closer. Wild.
It is a different breed, these guys. As Sepiol takes down a nice one here. Pre-flop. Once again, 100K up for grabs here between first and second.
I actually just learned heads up yesterday. Playing Tobias, or whatever his name is. Tobias Schwett. German guy. Huh? Sounds like a good guy to learn. It's the boring way.
If you're tuned into our YouTube feed, please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. We've got tons more action still to come from the WSOP here in 2024. We have 7 straight days of exclusive coverage on PokerGO.com starting tomorrow, with 2 days of coverage of the 25K No Limit. We have a promo code available right now. WSOP 24YT for $20 off the annual subscription. Monthly and quarterly plans also available.
Oh, wow.
10, 8, 4, 2 diamonds, Gut shot here for Sepiol.
Deja vu.
And a pair for Natividad.
Not quite top 2 versus the open ender, but a 9 would pretty much end this tournament, I would think.
Wow.
I mean, Sepiol is obviously slightly behind, but in chips, I mean.
Sepiol betting 700K. If you're Natividad here, given the juicy nature of this flop, how would you approach this?
I think just call. I don't think there's really, you know, keep some stuff in. You have backdoor outs. You don't want to fold out worse at this point, you know.
Queen of Hearts on the turn. No heart draw for either player. 2.9 million in the middle. Do you think Natividad feels comfortable here with a pair of 8s? Or is it one of those things where, like, I kind of feel okay, but please don't barrel twice?
Yeah, it's definitely, especially on this turn, please don't barrel twice. For sure. And it's a spot where Danny has to keep barreling, because with just a gutter here, if he turns a flush draw or it's an open ender or something, he has a lot more outs, a lot more equity. It's a little bit different. Man. Again, the only issue with calling this bet here is what do you do on the river?
Sepiol, 2.1 million, turning to screws.
Yep, he ain't going anywhere. Too strong to fold just yet. Oh, are those raising chips?
Damn.
No, I don't think so. That would be spicy. Double gutter, sorry. Yes.
Wow, Natividad does make the call. And now, what I alluded to earlier,
so double gutter, not, I'm tired, guys. Apologies.
Well, the river is fascinating now, and it is the king of clubs. Question now being, Sepiol left with nothing, Natividad left with little, it being only a pair of 8s. How is this river going to play with 7.1 million in the middle? This is one of the biggest pots we've seen in a very long time. Natividad checks again. Sepiol cannot afford to check here.
No, he can't give up. Was thinking about what hands he's going to target to fold here. I mean, it feels like a lot of 10 and 8x. Specifically some 8x, and everything missed, so he's going to barrel for sure. Not much hesitation. Bets nearly full pot. I mean, it's just going to work so often. He's not super worried about Jack 9. I mean, that is there, but, you know, that's one hand. Wow.
Natividad, we've seen him make big calls before.
Yeah. I mean, just with this run out and kind of the way it played, going call, the king doesn't really tend to affect much here, I don't think, especially in a limped pot. I mean, we've seen Natividad check back a lot of hands and strong hands too, so, you know, king 8, king 10 might be something, but so often it's just going to be a 10 or an 8 that's going to have to fold. Sepiol has showed so much strength in this hand, despite it being limped. I mean, he's limped a ton of strong hands too.
Yep, he has.
So,
oh,
yeah, he's saying 6s, like, what can I beat, you know?
Massive decision here for Natividad.
Everyone, I'm seeing lots of easy calls and can never call in the chat. And that's why we love you. Everyone calling him Natty in the chat, by the way. Love that. Natty v. Sep. Yeah, I mean, I think he got his one hero call on this board out of the way. This feels different. I mean, he just doesn't have any reason to think that he's winning here. This is one of the...
I want to see this hat.
He's blocking some good bluff candidates, too.
The fact that he's even considering it is worth some respect here.
Oh, for sure. Nothing but the... he's going to show him, too.
Bluff.
This is the first time we've heard a loud cheer here from the Sepiol crowd.
Ooh, Sepiol shows the 7 high.
And more importantly, he takes the chip lead.
Yes, sir. Wow.
Sepiol.
Nice barrel.
What a grinder. Super impressive.
Sepiol bet queen jack here. Yeah.
Stupid randomizer said no.
Natty saying he was randomizing and he got no.
It was 50-50.
I'll tell you what though, Natty. Every other time you've randomized, you've been correct today. It's okay to be wrong once. He's done. His instincts have been spot on all match.
He's a new player to me who's very much impressed me all day.
For sure, for sure. I hope we see more of him. And again, if you need to sell main event action, slide on in.
Ace-9 of hearts here on the button. TV Dot makes the call. Sepiol also finds a big hand with Queen-10 of spades and decides to check. A certain type of flop could see some.
Also, people in the chat, he said he wanted to see it when Danny showed him. Just FYI.
Queen 7-8 here. Sepiol in this limp pot. Flops top pair. TV Dot further into trouble here, but does have some backdoor draws.
Yeah, some people can tend to just call here, I would think.
This pot could have been a lot bigger pre-flop, which would have made this flop a lot more interesting.
That was a bluff when I said he was content to call here, by the way.
Sepiol raises it up. Now, 2.3 million is sizable. Ben, how comfortable are we with just the back doors here to peel a card off?
Nah, I mean, this bet is designed to fold out these types of hands that have, you know, some backdoor equity that you don't want to let see a cheap turn. But, I mean, there's also some 7-8. There's there's a lot of Queen X. There's some open-enders that you're blocking. It feels like a fold. This is too many chips.
Now TV Dot deep into the tank here. Oh, and he's grabbing a hefty stack here.
Ooh.
Is he getting spicy here?
I mean,
with Ace-9 of hearts.
My hero.
I mean, Ben, look at this.
Wow. I mean,
he comes over the top.
Is Danny just going to put it in here? I don't know. Wow.
Is he?
Danny's not folding.
Like, is Sepiol thinking call, anticipating a turn move here by the TV Dot?
How big did he make it?
Awaiting confirmation here on the raise size. It's 3.9 million. I mean, there's room to play a turn here for sure.
Doesn't love having the 10.
Raise.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Sepiol hardly wastes any time. Comes back over the top.
Wow.
Did he click it back?
How much is it?
4.6.
4.6 is the raise. It does seem like a very small raise.
It's the min, I'm pretty sure.
Clicked it back, yep.
Wow.
We have a flop 4 bet.
This is let's just sit back and watch this. I don't know what to make of this one.
This is a wild
4
one.
bet to 4.6. Maybe he's trying to induce a shove. I don't know.
4.6?
Yeah, that seems low. That's what I was just
Oh.
All right, Kippy, tell us what the right answer is. No, he can. Oh yeah, he has to make it 700, 2.3, 1.6. He has to make it more. But he said raise.
He did say raise.
So it's going to be the minimum raise, whatever the right answer is.
He is committed to the minimum raise.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah. Kippy in the box, one of the best though. She'll get it right. Yeah, I think minimum's got to be more like 5.5, right? Because 1.6 mil. Yeah, it's 5.5. Should be, I think. Because went from 700 to 2.3.
And he made it 4.6.
I said raise, so.
He said raise.
Yeah, so it's 3.9 plus 1.5.
Yeah,
Right.
not
So
1.6.
there's 1.5 on top of his bet, which is what he raised.
So it is 5.5?
Yeah.
5.4.
All right, so bet amounts are getting corrected here. Natividad still
I was going to say,
very sharp.
I don't think Danny would go 700K more. He went all in.
Oh,
whoa!
wow. Natividad moves all in.
Wow. What
And
the?
he read this as weakness.
Oh, my God.
An ace.
And now Natividad looking for an ace or backdoor cards, or
Oh
else
my God.
Sepiol will close this out. Sepiol,
You have me covered?
stoic as ever,
Think so.
staring at the board while Natividad is up and about. Put the backpack on. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, after all this action, it's coming down to this. Daniel Sepiol
I'm speechless.
on the brink of winning his first World Series of Poker bracelet.
Oh.
The Jack of Spades hits on the turn. Natividad now looking for an ace or a 10, but it cannot be a spade. Absolutely massive river cart coming here.
Barry Green style.
Will he complete the comeback? And he does. It is the 7 of spades on the river. And Danny Sepiol wins his first World Series of Poker bracelet. We're going to verify stacks here just in case, but as we can see here, Sepiol wins his first World Series of Poker bracelet and collects the $305,000 top prize. Wow. What an absolutely insane final table here at the 2024 World Series of Poker. And look
how
at the
psyched he
crowd.
is,
Yeah,
yeah.
super stoked.
Wow. Congrats, Danny. That's
Bob
awesome.
Natividad put on a display here at this final table. Was one card away from closing it out, but the ace on the river saved Sepiol, and he battled his way back into contention. And then this major hand happened where Natividad just went for it. He swung for the fences, but he missed.
Yeah. Natividad played incredible poker until that very last hand, and just the frustration and the confusion of the min clip got him. But hey, hats off to both guys. Hats off to Danny Sepiol. That 38K from our bracelet bet pool coming your way, my man. Shit.
Wow. Ben Ludlow, thank you so much for being on the call with here from Las Vegas. We're going to call it a night here. Tomorrow, the action will be back on PokerGO.com. Check us out, PokerGO.com/schedule for continued coverage of the 2024 World Series of Poker. My name is Remko. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been an honor and a pleasure. We'll see you in the next one.